Good morning, everybody. Hold up. Let me make sure my sound is on point. I think it is. Good morning, everybody. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Wake up, wake up. Good morning. Do you guys have your coffees? Let me know. Let me let everybody know that we're live. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I think we already getting started. We already got a sidebar, and it's so early in the morning. What is going on before the sidebar? So we're gonna get into that. And I got my headphones still on. Let me let the people know that we are live. Welcome, everybody. So here it is, Diddy updates. We got that going. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. You don't have to be here, and you're here. Thank you. You guys could be anywhere else, but you're here. It really means a lot to me. Today is Wednesday, June 18th. We are what, day 20? What day are we in? Am I really losing track of the days? I know the dates. Hold on, give me one sec. I just want to make sure it's day 26. We are day 26 of the Diddy trial. We have been on it. I feel like we're on the long stretch at this point. Good morning, everyone. Let me see. We live now. Thank you, guys. Good morning. I see people coming through. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys for being here. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let me let the people know that we live. We live. Let's go. How is nobody that I follow live yet? Vic, I'm live. Vic in the Discord. We live now. It's like, how come nobody's up yet? Here we go. We got to get started because court is in session now. Let me go to Inner City Press real quick because we got to get going. Welcome. I hope you guys had a restful morning, night. Let me know. Shout out to everybody. Good morning. I see people coming through. Okay, so we start this morning. Today is day 26 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs case. Thank you. Thank you. We are Wednesday. Today's Wednesday. Judge says a juror had vertigo on way to court and can't come today. Trial canceled for today? That is the question. There's a juror with vertigo. Okay. Judge says, I don't see how we can proceed today. Government speaks. It is more than one day. It isn't more than a one-day thing. Judge says, sounds like a one-time thing. Mr. Agnifilo says, could we have a sealed sidebar so I can ask questions? Government says, fine. Sidebar. Oh, so my goodness. Remember, there was a one specific juror who did say that they suffered from ocular. Why is the word ocular in my mind? They were having like ocular headaches or something like that. And so that was a thing for this juror too. I wonder if it's the same one. So we're off tomorrow too, because tomorrow is what's the word? It's Juneteenth. So there's that. You need to get Robin's like, they need to bring in the supplier of the IVs. Oh my God. Which is absolute. I mean, if we don't have court today, we could talk about the transcripts because we had I did a transcript video last night. We have all of 17th. We could talk about some of the things that are what Penland said on the transcripts. We could talk about that. What's being presented. So either or, I'm down for the down. We could definitely. I just need to change the thumbnail, so it just depends. Well, Laura, right? It's a good point. Don't we have alternates if a juror's down? And then what are they going to do about juror number 7? That's the question that I have. Mr. Carter's like, Diddy did it. How? Yeah, vertigo causes. I have a sister who suffers from vertigo, and it's a real thing. And then Brandon the Mule. We're supposed to do Brandon the Mule today. What is going on? Can they use an alternate? We've been waiting for Brandon on Monday. We've been waiting for Brandon on Tuesday. I was ready for Brandon today. What is going on? I'm looking at the chat. You guys are funny. Morning, excellent video on the transcripts of juror number 7. Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate it. Medusa, how are you? Jacqueline, how are you? Can I cry now? Yes, you can, Jacqueline. Oklahoma Outlaw, how are you, my love? Pika, my beautiful, wonderful mods are in the house. Storm is in the house. Oklahoma Outlaw, Nebby, Disco D, Cheryl, how are you? James Steele, who else? Belen, how you doing? Mama Empath Gen G, VSOP 85 is in the house. Mercy Miami, Gordon, Penny Rogers. While we wait for an update, Pamela, James. Let's see who else. Robin, is it Maggot 1227? Welcome. Mel Nell, Laura, Mel 2022 or 222. She be super welcome. Carrie, how are you? G-Man, Candy's Life. Saying hello to everybody. Miss Toby's, how are you? Miss Toby 84. Leanne Gross, how are you doing, my love? Yes, everybody come through. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Danielle, good morning. How are you, Danielle? Tasha, Minds Y'all is in the house. Thank you. Candy's Life. All right. I feel like I'm repeating myself now. Said hello to most everybody that I know, at least, or our beautiful, wonderful supporters at the very least. I try to shout everybody out. Penny Rogers is present and accounted for. Thank you. Remember how we do it on this channel? You don't say, oh, you say, I've arrived. When you have arrived on this channel, you've arrived. You got to tell the people when you've arrived. All right. It's okay to say, all right, Rabbit, I'm here. You can start the show. That's okay to say. I'm here for that. I'm waiting for an update, y'all. What are they going to do? Okay. Musing during seal sidebar. What is it where the jurors who, after juror 6 was excluded, was the subject of yesterday's threat to cease search cell phones? Would this be a time to switch a second juror to an alternate? They're still in the sidebar. Okay, though this was a minute ago, 2 minutes ago, they're still in the sidebar. Good morning, everybody. Marcela, how are you? Hey, Simone, how are you? I've arrived. I like that. I've arrived, Rabbit. You can get started now. Thank you. Tony's like, I'm not awake. The power's been out. I need coffee. So can you do you need a coffee machine? Or can you just do coffee that way? Miss O'Shea is in the house. Dazzler Kane, D Nice. How are you, D Nice? You're new here. Welcome. Reba, Shannon, LA, Judith, Whitney, Sammy Watts, Denise Stanley. Welcome, everybody. Y'all aren't awake? Well, wake up. Wake up. Okay. Oh shit. What's going on? Wake up. Wake up. Update. 904. They're back. Judge says, very good. We're going to I'm so sorry. We're going to inquire further into the juror issue. Meanwhile, some exhibits have been flagged. Doc Rocks, T-Rocks, Mr. Discroll, Discol is one of the attorneys for Diddy, I believe, and I think he hasn't had a lot of time in the stand, but I'm wondering if he's kind of doing the research. So maybe he's kind of doing the background research and stuff like that, getting things ready for an appeal, I would think. So Mr. Discroll says there's no foundation. This is One Stop. One Stop is a rug dealer. That's what we know. So they're back. They're going to look into the juror issue. There's a jury issue. We don't know if it's the one with the vertigo or if juror number 7. It could be just about anything that we know. Meanwhile, some exhibits have been flagged. D-Rock, Mr. Discol is the attorney. There's no foundation. This is One Stop. One Stop is a rug dealer that has been mentioned multiple times. Okay, so those that are new here, that is what's going on. Welcome. No, Brandon was not One Stop. Welcome, Shay from Vegas. Everybody coming through. Ooh, we got a full house. Guys, hit the like button, please, and thank you. Welcome to everybody that's here. And thank you for being here. Shout out to everybody. Okay, hold up. Let me do something real quick. We're waiting for an update. So are we canceling jury? Jury has there's a juror with vertigo. That's what it sounds like. And let me tell you what CNN is saying. CNN is saying that judge says he's not sure if court can proceed today after juror calls out sick. So they're missing one juror, but they have alternates. So they can totally figure this out. I mean, I don't know. Why have alternates if you can't make one of them step in? We the people, let me know. Drop a 1 in the chat if you want to hear about Brandon Paul. Drop a 1 in the chat if you want to hear about Brandon Paul, because at this point, I'm sure we got 4 other alternates or 6 other 5. Can we get the show together? We ready? And then we're off tomorrow. Let me know if you that's what I'm saying. Mr. Judge, Submarinian, we want to hear about Brendan. We can proceed, can't we? Okay. The lawyers will discuss exhibit issues. CNN update. Exhibit issues while we wait to learn more about sick juror. So the court is going to make further inquiries as to the juror who called out sick this morning. In the meantime, prosecutors and defense attorneys will debate some exhibits the sides don't agree on. Okay, so I guess we're here for the debates. And we're still trying to figure out how they're going to proceed. Today, again, it's supposed to be Brendan Paul on the stand. Former assistant arrives at the courthouse, so he was there. He's there. Now, mind you, the reason why we call him the Mule is because of the Rodney Jones lawsuit. I don't believe that that is his former title. My understanding is that Brendan Paul was somebody who, played basketball. There's a couple of pictures of him out there online. And so it kind of makes you wonder, how did you go from kind of maybe basketball? Did he graduate college and then decided to be a Diddy intern, which a lot of the Diddy interns have actually degrees, my understanding. I mean, Mia had a bachelor's. What's her name? KK had education in her background. A lot of these people have education in their background. So, this could have been an opportunity. And I mean, sometimes it's about the salary, if you're able to pay off your student loans. I mean, shout out to our wonderful students. I'm definitely, one of those that you're going to be paying student loans for a long time. We have to do what we have to do. So if an opportunity to work with Diddy came about as an assistant, I mean, and you're getting 100,000 as a student coming out of college, that's a lot of money, guys. That's a lot of money. You said if they stop for today, in my opinion, they won't be done by the 4th. That's what I'm thinking, Miss Toby. But I think they're ahead of the game, right? I think they're ahead of the game. You said, I can't believe that the prosecutors didn't call Little Rod. According to his lawsuit, he had a lot of information. You know what, Red Bunny, there's a lot of people that did not get called that I have to kind of wonder, why didn't they call these people? First of all, Little Rod being one of them. Al B. Shore, who said, in an interview that he potentially was, he had been subpoenaed. Now they don't have to call everybody. Gina, who was another victim who suddenly was able not to show up. Listen, my understanding is that if you get marshaled, if like you can get court-martialed if you don't show up to a subpoena from federal court. Why didn't that happen? She gave her interview to Tasha K many years ago and then went back to Diddy. So I'm wondering, what are we doing here? I have a lot of questions about that one too. Just saying. And it's so hard because so many things are under seal, right? Well, there's a lot of things we won't find out. You said we shall proceed. We're waiting. We need to move on. Okay, we need to move on. I'm sure CNN and Inner City Press will let us know. Listen, now while we wait, I need to know, did you guys watch the video that I did last night? Guys, who leaked the information? The TMZ. TMZ was acting all kinds of weird yesterday in their reporting about the jurors. TMZ, the Angry Man podcast, the old Angry Man podcast. Shout out to the old Angry. I'm just saying, literally, I need to know who leaked the information to TMZ. The judge was on 10 yesterday and he just about had it. He said no. He said, we're not going to do that. Somebody's lying. The transcripts are under sealed. These clerks are not the ones that work in the courthouse. Why the hell would they risk their job to talk to TMZ? I mean, people have surprised me, but I do have to wonder who said what to TMZ, because there's very specific information, and that information that was released to TMZ was discussed under seal. Who talked to TMZ, and why is Harvey Levin acting all weird? He was looking mighty pale yesterday when he was talking about the jurors because he didn't want to get to the other juror part. An exclusive source. Ain't that weird? What side is TMZ on? I don't like TMZ. That's what I got to say about that. Is TMZ trying to cause a mistrial? That's the question. Okay. The defense speaks. In the absence of proof that it is one stop, it is not relevant. One stop, again, is one of the rug dealers, okay? The judge says, It is obviously a rug transaction. Miss Steiner, with whom is this exhibit to be used? Steiner speaks. No particular witness, even if it's not one stop. There's much about rugs. And Miss Steiner is for the government. And we have an update. My phone is definitely updating me. The second chat is about 3 bottles for a price. The judge says, if you had someone who would testify this was one stop slumber, but just read this way, but I've just read this way, it's some kind of transaction, but it does not reference rugs. They're talking about exhibits. That's what we're getting right now. Exhibits. Now, let me tell you what the Washington Post is saying, okay? The Washington Post. Ooh, let me show you a picture of Brandon Paul. That's him right there. Looking all clean cut. There it is. That's him right there. Good morning, everybody coming through. See? Let me know what you think. You're side-eyeing Mama Combs? Not Mama Combs. Good morning, Linda. How are you, my love? Look, there's a picture of him. He's in there. He's like, all right then. Just wanted to show you guys that. What do you guys think? Brandon's like ready. You said yuck. He needs a tie. He looks a bit older. You said he looks like a rug mule. Thank you, Max. Tell him to hit that like button. What do you guys think? You think he's rug free? Well, he did a diversion. It sounds like he did a diversion program. Hey, Justice, TMZ does pay. TMZ does pay. And there's only so many people who had that information. That's what we want to know. But TMZ is looking very pale in the last videos, if you know what I mean. You said he looks like he's selling rugs for cheap. Yeah. You said too many issues that is causing his testimony to stall. Ooh, it's a lot. But he's in court. I need to know, are we going to be talking to, is he going to take the stand today? What are we doing? Can we get an alternate? Here it is. Update. We may have another exhibit that could establish this. Judge says, okay, we'll see. Mr. Shapiro, in the defendant's requested charge, the issue is raised about how the RICO predicate should be addressed. Let me refresh your recollection. So they're talking about exhibits at this point. Are they trying to figure out what they're going to do about the juror? The alternates are there. Somebody should be able to step in for that day. And then excuse the one that's sick. I guess that's the issue. If somebody steps in for the juror that's sick, would they have to excuse that juror that's sick? Because then that juror would have missed today. And so to have to catch up on everything that happened today would be crazy. Like, this is the thing, is you cannot miss one day of, like, you can, but do they cancel the day because of the sick juror? Or do they put in the alternate and then the other juror? What happens to the other juror? Does the other juror then sit this out until, like, that's the problem, right? What would they have to do? You said all these jurors have to be present every day, even the alternate. That's what I thought. But if the juror is sick and they call it a day because that juror's sick, it's not like they're going to catch up that juror. That, Samantha, we trying to find out what's going on with juror number 7. Everything is under seal. Penny Rogers says use the alternate. Yes, but then the alternate, what's going to happen after the other juror gets back? Does that juror then become an alternate in that place? Or what? Like, they would have to, you can't miss court, but I'm wondering how they're going to do this. You said, let's let another step in. I'm like, I'm ready. We need to hear from Brandon Paul. Listen, I took some medicine last night because I felt like I was coming down with something on my throat. I said, not today, God. Not today, Satan. Not today. Not today. Listen, God, I love you. But listen, you got to help me out. I can't be getting sick. I got to report the news. We got to do what we got to do. You said, no, they are dismissed. You can't miss a day. Well, we're going to find out. Are they going to dismiss or what? Are they going to say, hey, rest this out? What are they going to do? Not today. We cannot get sick. We don't have time. Thank you. We don't have time. Sarah Dean, it was Mark Garagos. He got that podcast with Harvey and TMZ. Sarah Dean, that's what I said, that Angry Men podcast. Isn't it mighty convenient? Isn't it mighty convenient They come. I did that video yesterday. You guys got to watch it. Those transcripts were very, very clear. Sorry, my alarm went off. Very, very clear about who they were addressing. Sarah Dean, thank you for the $9.99. And to me, that tells me, you know what that tells me? The TMZ, you got some, there's some nefarious shit going on, okay? Yesterday, I went off because apparently TMZ decided to change its narrative about the death of Liam Payne. You guys know that we've been covering the Liam Payne situation here. I've been busy and I've been able to do a Liam Payne video because of all this. Once we get done with the trial, we got to do a video about what's going on because it's just too much. Yes, sickness, we rebuke you. Nope. You said, yeah, I was wondering if it's this 7 sick. Yeah, who's the juror that's sick? Is it number 7? The one that's having the issues? You said the alternate takes place of the regular jurors, but the alternate regulars are there every day. None of the jurors miss nothing. They don't have to catch up on nothing, really. But if the juror has vertigo, they called in sick, right? So that juror would be done. Like they're sick for the day. So then does the alternate then take place of the one that called in sick? And then that other one, once he or she gets better, goes back to the regular seating? TMZ, we need answers. I know. I'm telling you. And then TMZ tried to do a video where they're like doing videos, right? And you could tell Harvey Levin looking very pale in his Harvey Levin face. Literally. He looks like he doesn't want to answer questions about who gave you that exclusive. Who gave you that exclusive? Harvey, who gave you that exclusive? That's what we want to know. Okay? We the people want to know. Yeah. Yes, we do. All right. Do we have an update? Let's see. We don't have an update yet. Let me tell you what CNN is saying. Hold up. And then Washington Post says that the judge said the court would inquire to learn more about the juror's condition, the one that called in sick because of vertigo, which, by the way, is a serious thing. I have a sister who gets spells of vertigo, and it could take you out all day if, depending on the severity of it. It's unclear at this point whether they will try to replace the juror who experienced vertigo symptoms on their way to the court Wednesday morning and had to go home. The parties are proceeding for now, but by going over some evidence the government wants present, which the defense is going to object. It says defendant cannot participate in sidebars. So here's the deal with Diddy. Defendants cannot participate in sidebars, but Sean Combs is able to see what the judge and the attorneys are discussing via live transcripts on monitors at the attorney's table. He is following along intensely, leaning and reading the feed from the monitor at the defense attorney, Tini Garagos' empty seat. Garagos, of course, is at the sidebar. This is 8 minutes ago. The parties, this is 12 minutes ago. The parties will first meet in a sidebar before we get a decision on whether trial will take place Wednesday after a juror experienced vertigo. Okay, so there's this big concerns about this juror's condition. Okay, hold up. Oh, we have an update. Here we go, my friends. We have another, hold up. I read this. Here it is. Request to charge will be addressed. Anything more before we end? Let me pull up the exhibits. I'm looking at 432. Seems it's linked the number 7333 with one stop. Mr. Discroll says it's I cannot say his last name. Defense attorney. It still can't be taken to refer drugs. Wait, so are we not having court today and tomorrow? What's going on? No one can be trusted. Dang, guys. By the way, I did get a hold of Mr. Dodge, who's out there at the Diddy trial. This case, like, what is going on? I haven't even drank my full cup of coffee yet. We're waiting. Court is done tomorrow. There's no court tomorrow because we have Juneteenth, right? It's a federal holiday. Yes, she did say that. There was a lady who had, like, I think it's called ocular. Damn, hold up. Let me get my other legal pad. Legal. This is my notes from when I first started covering this. She had some kind of ocular something condition. It was one of the, like, she gets like severe headaches. Hold up, we have an update. Let me see. Oh Lord have mercy. What are they saying? Let me make myself smaller. What does FB stand for? Football, the shape. And Miss Ventura said that perks were yellow. I think I meant to say perks. Perks were yellow. The defendant chat with one stop are not hearsay. That applies to the D-Rock chat as well. The judge says that doesn't address what Mr. Discrow said. Okay. There was a lady, we're waiting for an update, guys. There's a lady who had like an ocular condition, okay? I even have the list of names of celebrities that have been mentioned during the jury selection. Michael B. Jordan, Mike Myers, Kanye West, Kid Cudi, Dallas Austin, Don Richard. Hold up, but I'm trying to see because I think I wrote the name of the condition down. Dang. Yeah, she had like a really bad condition that she has like severe headaches and she has to lay down for a good 45 minutes when she gets these really horrible headaches, and it's a condition and she can't be looking at screens for too long. So I'm assuming that she's been looking at screens for a long time. All right, we have an update. Give me 1 second. Here it is. What does FB stand for? 9 seconds. Okay, hold up. Let me get this comment down. A-432 is no longer chat with reference to rugs, including yellow footballs. AUSA says. Judge says, why don't you send that to the court? Question from Inner City Press. Will that be docketed? Okay. What is that? And what are they talking about? Okay, I clicked the link, but let me just make sure. We don't have an update. So, the Inner City Press. This is, if you guys have been following Inner City Press, he's constantly showing us the press application to docket and unseal the government's and defense communication to chambers on evidentiary and other issues in USA versus Sean Combs. So, and I'm kind of in agreement at this point. There's a lot of stuff that's been sealed, like a lot of stuff getting leaked and sealed, right? And so Inner City Press is kind of putting this out here that he's been writing letters about this to have these things heard, but nothing has been said at this point. Nothing has been done. No changes. Oh, guys, we are adjourned. We are adjourned until Friday. We are adjourned until Friday. Wow, we're not even an hour in. Yes. Oh my God. They're adjourned until Friday. Ain't that some shit? Why are we like, what? Oh my God. Listen, we're going to get into some transcripts. I told you guys, I come ready. We got the shortest court day ever. We're adjourned until Friday. The witness came because there was so for those that are coming in, there was a juror, we don't know the number, who called off sick. And even though you said, Brandon, save that outfit. Oh my God. Well, that's crap. What was I going to say? Damn it. What was I going to say? I'm laughing because you guys are making me laugh. Yes. So there was a juror who called off court. Yeah. Yeah. So we are adjourned. We are adjourned. You said no court for P. Diddy today. Dang. I'm waiting. Oh, we were waiting for Brandon. So now there's a delay. We're off tomorrow. We won't see each other until Friday. That's crazy, isn't it? Yes. Now it won't be till Friday. What do you guys think? Defense wants the last word Friday. Oh my God, this is some BA. Sorry. Well, I mean, like, I feel horrible, but we have alternates for a reason. So I don't think that they could afford to, like, first of all, they already have an issue with juror number 7. They had to replace juror number 6 with an alternate. They had issues. They're having issues with a juror now. And then now they're, I'm not done. We're still live. I told you guys, I got the backup. We got transcripts. We're going to read these transcripts. How do you guys feel about that? Can we do that? Let me know. Vic's like, no, Rabbit. I'm not letting you off the hook. I still need my content. Oh my God. That's what happened. Did I see about Tyler Perry? Oh, Lord have mercy. That, my friends, is a whole different thing. I heard about it, but I have not read the documents on that. You said they could have dealt with number 7 at least. Well, what happened with, that's the question. You're here for it? Dang, I'm here for whatever. All right. You said, Rabbit's like, time to recycle that thumbnail again. Damn it, man. I do not go check my thumbnails. You know how many times I've had to remove Brendan's face out of my thumbnail because I'm like, oh, okay, not happening Monday, not happening Tuesday, and not happening Wednesday. And definitely there's no thumb. Well, you know, we might go live tomorrow because we do, but this was crazy. You said it was planned. I wish the feds could investigate people's phones, records, and calls. Well, it sounds like that's what they're doing with what happened with juror number 7. Okay. That's what it sounds like is happening. But literally, I'm surprised. I mean, CNN is not even caught up yet. Washington is saying, what is Washington Post? Yeah, there's Brandon. The assistant is there. He was set to testify today, but there's nothing happening. He said adjourn. They said adjourn till Friday. Damn. Good point. Good, because I think I'm Diddy. Wow, you're Diddy to death. And if I ain't getting Brandon, well, what are we doing with Brandon? This is crazy. What are we doing with Brandon? Like, literally, you said, yes. Are you going to cover the Tyler Perry news? I mean, we could talk about Tyler Perry, but I haven't even looked at it. I haven't even looked at the lawsuit. I saw Mims had the lawsuit. I haven't even pulled it yet. Oh my gosh. So you said they're sending him back home. Tell Brendan to just recycle that whole suit that he's wearing. Listen, we got to wait. Let's see what CNN is saying. I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe we could talk about the transcripts from yesterday and kind of go over that, because I do have those. We have those. Let's see. Is this yesterday's transcripts? What was yesterday? Yesterday was the 17th, right? Yep. Yesterday was the 17th. So there was that. I'm kind of wondering about the defense questioning on all of this. Nancy Nicole, thank you so much for the $1.99. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm just trying to figure it out. Why couldn't they just, they have alternate jurors. Why couldn't they just replace the juror who's sick? That's what I want to know. Hope, Diddy, and Brendan not in the same holding cell. No, they're not. Brendan is not incarcerated. You said, been trying to hit the like button 9 times and won't work. Had to go into cell phone and doing their really waffles. Damn, YouTube does me dirty sometimes. They did. For those that are coming in, I know I got people just coming in. There's a juror that's out sick. Okay. There's a juror that's out sick. It sounds like it was like vertigo or something like that, which is horrible because I don't wish that on anybody. I do wonder what BJ's saying about the whole situation. So I wonder. Alternate jurors are only if there it is. Alternate jurors are only if some is dismissed and they take over. They can't go on and off the jury because they missed testimony. That's what I thought too. That's what I thought. I said, if they use an alternate jury to replace this one, that they're going to have to dismiss the one that's sick, because they're not going to make you, there's something to be said about this situation. She had no idea. Well, that she knows. Yeah, there's something to be said about this situation. Like, yeah, you can't. Yeah, you did say that, Vic. You can't. They have to be there every day. The jurors have to be there every day. Even if they have the alternates. They have the alternates only when the juror is that's selected gets dismissed. So that's what's happening. BJ doesn't know yet. Let her know. BJ! I don't think she can hear me if I'm yelling from here. BJ, it's canceled today. I'm sure people are telling her in the chat now. The juror can't miss any information. That's right. So it's kind of like they can't, you're not going to be able to pay catch up on this. Like there's no way. So they have to cancel. The only reason why they need the alternates is that if one of the selected 12 has been dismissed. She's about to find out. Everybody waiting in the chat. Oh my God, that's crazy. See, the judge said, I want a break from this mess. That's right. Oh my God, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. All right. Well, guess what? I guess we were ahead of the game, which is fine by me. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Let's do a little vote and a little poll. And I want to ask you, because the transcripts we could read today, actually, we could read yesterday's and kind of catch up. I already did a video in the morning about what happened with juror number 7. We could talk a little bit about that, but let me do a little poll. Read transcripts for what days? The 16th or the 17th? 17th, 16th. Let me know what you guys think. Hold up. And let me see. I'm getting some messages from people. Let's see what you guys are saying. Because I'm like, I come prepared. I know people are like waiting here. I come prepared. I come prepared. Hold up. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? If this juror is not better by Friday, what's going to happen then? If the the 16th would be Monday, and the 17th would be Tuesday, Savannah. The 16th would be Monday, and the 17th would be Tuesday. You said whatever they were going over, the texts were boring. Well, we have them for I did a video for Friday of last week. So yeah. You said I can't remember who testified what day. Well, so Monday was the what I was going to tell you guys. Monday was the Penland. Penland was Monday. But I do wonder, what if the juror's not better by Friday? What's going to happen? Yeah, and then the juror gets an extra day off, right? See, through he or she gets Thursday off. But what if they're not better by Friday? What's going to happen then? They may not resume until Monday. You said the rug mule is going to get the nail. Is going to be the nail in the coffin with the rugs. Damn. Yesterday was defense. I kind of want to read the defense side because I'm kind of wondering. The defense is always interesting to me, how they break things down. But yes, so yesterday, Savannah, was defense. They may not resume until Monday. That's absolutely right. So they'll replace the juror vertigo. Which day number? And did you? I didn't finish Cassie yet. So we can work on that. Actually, I just need to edit Cassie. That's kind of where I'm at. That's why I don't want to read Cassie, because I just need to edit it. It's Juneteenth, that juror in Miami, LOL. You said that this is going to be a mistrial. People have said this might be a mistrial. Let me know. Okay, so people are saying for the 17th is the defense. So are we reading the 17th? Let me know. The judge will have more time to get that leaked. They're investigating. They got the marshals on that. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure they're going to look into that. I heard the defense said that they only need 2 to 5 days. I wonder what their strategy is going to be. Me too. Okay. Did you guys vote? Go vote, please. Can we get to 100 votes? Sounds like we're doing the 17th. And then hit the like button. You don't see a mistrial, Franny? Shout out to Franny Law. People have been, well, I mean, they can apply as much as they want for a mistrial, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen. I bet Diddy's upset. Diddy is upset. Oh my God. But a mistrial, I mean, they could go back to court. I mean, you see what's happening with Karen Reed. They can go back and, refile. Even if it's a mistrial, he's still not off the hook, you know? I should have put dates on it. Some of you guys are confused. So the 16th is June 16th transcripts. The 17th is June 17th, which would be yesterday transcripts. June 16th, it was Penland, and it was with the prosecution. June 17th was with the defense, with Penland. Does it resume Friday? Yes. So tomorrow there's no court. We'll probably still be live and reviewing some stuff because that's what we do. And then Friday, of course, we'll be back on court. So that way I'll definitely this is gonna help me kind of catch up on stuff, so it'll be good. Right, a mistrial and he's still staying in jail. Well, there you go. Diddy's got dressed up for nothing. Which what Mr. Rogers sweater did he wear today? I wonder what color. Now let me see what CNN is saying. Trial adjourned after juror calls in sick. So now you know what they should do? Even though it's adjourned, they really should have like met and talked about all kinds of things before they adjourn, because I feel like that's what delays this trial more than anything, when the attorneys can't agree on stuff. So trial is adjourned after the juror calls in sick. The trial is adjourned for the day due to a juror called in sick. The parties are scheduled to return at 8:30 a.m. Friday, with testimony from 9 to 1 p.m. The court will be closed Thursday for Juneteenth holiday. The lawyers will discuss exhibit issues while we wait to learn more about sick juror. That's what the judge says. So they're probably, who knows? They're probably in chambers. The juror may be excused or deferred to another day if they called out sick again. That's what I think, because I'm like, well, they have till tomorrow to get better. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's that. Hopefully by Friday they'll be back. Trial adjourned. That is the best way to handle it. There you go. Because you can't really do anything about it. I mean, there's really no way you can do anything about it at this point. All right. Let me see what you guys are saying. I want to see what other sources are saying too. This is interesting. I definitely did not expect any of this. You know what I mean? Damn. Damn. That's what I gotta say about that. Okay, and then Washington Post says, after a brief discussion about the admissibility of text exchanges involving an alleged rug dealer, court is out for the day on account of a sick juror. It's unclear whether this juror will be able to return, and the court will make further inquiries about their conditions. Given the Juneteenth holiday on Thursday, it's unlikely the government will rest its case on Friday, as been expected. So they might still go for the last week of June, if very likely that they're not going to rest their case. They might still keep going. We thought they were going to rest this week. It's likely not going to happen that way. Wow. That's crazy. I didn't expect that. You're disappointed. I think a lot of us, we were waiting for Brandon. I was here for it. Yep. You said, you said, I'm aware that he'll remain in jail. There is a mistrial call, and I'm fully aware that they will retry. Yeah, they will. I'm just confused as to why. Because Vicky, he in the juror situation, they keep filing for a mistrial. So one of the attorneys told the judge that if they dismiss juror number 6, and they need to dismiss another juror, and they're filing for a mistrial. That's why people were trying to figure out. There's a lot of stuff going on with the jurors. That's the problem. And so I think people are kind of like wondering, well, what the hell is going on with these jurors? Like, I don't know. But people are outside. Let me see what everybody's saying. Hold up. Let me see if I can get juror postponed. Let's see. People are speaking. People are just kind of wondering what the hell is going on outside of the trial. Let me see. Dang, I cannot believe that they did that. See if we can get some news on what's going to happen here. Nika Knight says trial is cancel. Cancel. The trial's cancel outside. Inner City Press was ready to go. Let's see. This was 36. Oh, here it is. Inner City Press.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse, Wednesday, June 18th, day 26 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. And for 3 days in a row, we've been saying that Brendan Paul, Diddy's drug mule, would be testifying. And in fact, it keeps getting delayed because yesterday, a lengthy cross-examination of Officer Penland, Special Agent Penland, who was basically testifying as to a chart, but Diddy's lawyer, Tenny Garagos, decided to use the opportunity to tell an alternative story of exhibits and text messages not used in the chart, and also to once again show the some freak-off videos, to the jury with their headphones on. These were not shown to the public. Now, speaking of public, yesterday, Judge Subramanian took to task both sides' lawyers, saying, who is it that leaked information about the second juror? We're not even going to use the juror's name because the judge is incensed, apparently. And again, I don't mean to, I've covered him for a while. I covered him when he first came to this court. He's a very hardworking guy. He used to sit in the back of courtrooms observing how other judges did things. But I'm not aware of other judges in SDNY who say that the press can be threatened for reporting things. He allowed the prosecutors to make a threat and said, send me a letter. I don't know if they ever did because nothing is getting docketed. We continue to report. And all we can say for now is that there's a second juror issue. Juror 6 is off. And juror 6, we covered his voir dire. He's a corrections employee. That's why he had to say that he lived in the Bronx. Who knows where he lived? There's a lot of things going on. All I can say is we covered him and you can find him. I think he may have been 58 in the pool. And again, these are all public things. We don't know his name. If we knew it, we wouldn't report it. But there's a second juror, and it's all being done under seal. And I think it's a mistake because I think from what I see from people out in the world looking at the trial, it's leading to a lot of, like, I don't want to say conspiracy theories, a lot of doubts and questions that could be resolved if you just did everything on the record, absent the juror's name and address. In any event, that's my take. We also did, thank the Lord, manage to cover a non-Diddy case yesterday, all the way out in the Ninth Circuit. In fact, it was a virtual thing. One of the judges was in Hawaii, so they did it online. And it involves the legality of the deployment of Marines and the federalization of the National Guard in California. As best I could make out from the arguments, we live tweeted all the things. You can't always tell from judges' questions where they're going. But if one were to use the questions as a guide, it seems like this is going to be upheld. But we will have to see. If it's not, they've asked for time to appeal to the Supreme Court. So we're going to cover that case all the way through, as we will continue to cover the United Nations, which yesterday we asked them yet more questions. No answer. Inside the UN briefing room, deep concern for Iran. Iranian state media, of course, asking the questions. The deputy spokesman, Farhan Haq, delivering up pablum and not answering any written questions. It's an outrage. Now, here's the Diddy scene. Here's the Diddy scene behind me. You'll see some photographers with a green umbrella there. You'll see some white tents over there. And soon you'll have the live feed of Inner City Press. To be continued. Week 6 book is coming.
Wow. That's what, shout out to Inner City Press. Make sure you guys are checking Inner City Press out. Literally, he's been out there doing the work. Oh my God. So you said, why is the case so suspicious? Well, I'm kind of wondering, what do you guys think is happening? Thank you so much for telling them to hit the like button. Oh my God. You know what? I'm going to invite somebody up who's actually out there right now. Are you guys ready? Let me see if I can send my guests a link. Okay. Hold up. I have somebody, guess, see if I can invite this person. All right, hold up. I got somebody here, and then we can get on with the transcripts. But I'm kind of wondering what because they're in the courtroom. They're in the courtroom and they're seeing everything go down. So I got, yeah. So I just sent the link to the person. Let's see if we can get some 411 info about what's happening. That is insane. You said my grandson is literally walking around like he's one and he's only 11 months. Oh, Moni, I didn't even look at you. Look at you. You look great. By the way, I didn't know you had a grandson. Look at you. 11 months. Oh. Is it Mims? Oh, I would love to have Mims, but you know, shout out to Mims. He's a bit of a celebrity in my opinion. Yep. Here it is. Hold up. Let me send the link again. Here's the link. Hold up. Link now. Perfect. All right, cool. We have somebody coming through. Let's see. Let me remove this. Okay. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. You said he's still a little guy. Yeah. You said, you know, Brandon is getting nervous. He wants to get this stuff over. Too much downtime. He was supposed to start on Monday, Tuesday, and now this. I wish. And I love Infamous Sylvia. We got to get Infamous Sylvia has been in my channel before, actually. Shout out to her. I want her. We're going to invite her at some point as well. Would love to get her on. Shouldn't this juror be disqualified because of his or her health problems? They are unpredictable if they can't be in court every day. They had somebody. I would love Inner City Press too. Another person. My God. Hi, Dodge.
Hey, that was quick.
Oh my God. Let me get
What's
this
up?
sticker down out of your face. I have a sticker on your face. Give me one
You're
sec.
quite all right. It's a fun background. I like it.
Well, you know, I got to get creative. I'm not there, so we got to pretend that we're live. Oh
Right.
my God, Dodge. You're there. What's going on?
Yeah, I was there. Not this morning though, because I found out about the jury situation. So I was about to hop on a train. But obviously literally didn't miss anything.
No, you didn't. I mean, we were kind of wondering. Now, you went to court yesterday, right? So you were there yesterday.
Yeah.
How are you? And I was telling the people, I said, you know, Dodge is really good about kind of like, even though this trial's been going on for what, 6 weeks now?
About 6 weeks.
You've been able to kind of pick up on what's been happening and everything. So, and very quickly, might I say, I was like,
yeah, I saw that. I appreciate that.
Thank you. So, I mean, tell us what your thoughts are. Did you get to see Diddy? Is his hair really gray? I kind of want to know what your thoughts are overall.
Very good question. So I was able to go to the trial, but unfortunately, you have to be in the overflow room. And the weird part is it's most people except for a very select group of credentialed press, but even most credentialed press aren't even allowed. And what was interesting is that the bailiff told me that because Diddy was such a volatile figure, the allowance to even allow the room to be at capacity is not granted, because people think, the bailiffs think, or the people making those rules think, somebody will hate Diddy so much they'll try to attack him. So when you actually see the inside of the courtroom, it's maybe 30% full. But it's like 2 press people are literally allowed inside the courtroom, and even major press are all in the overflow room.
Wow.
So, but you see Diddy, you see how casual he is wearing a sweater. You can see his face. The dude looks like he's aged 10 years in 6 months. Pure gray hair. So, you know, he looks like very meek and diminished, I would say.
Yeah.
But yeah, interesting tidbit.
Oh my God. And I've heard that people have said he looks like he's unbothered to a certain degree, but he's just.
Yes, he seemed disinterested. You can see a few of the things he kind of very subtly like waves things away. So you can see he's kind of like itching to say how irrelevant all this is, or how he's the victim. A minor eye roll here and there as well. So yeah, very, very subtle, but you can see it, and you can see him kind of holding back a lot of these movements and kind of reminding himself, I bet, not to be too expressive, but you can see him wanting to be that. And certainly you don't see him looking in the eye of anybody testifying or eliciting any look of sympathy. This guy is just kind of cold, bothered, and pissed off, is how I would say it.
Wow, that's crazy. Oh my God. So then, what are your thoughts so far? I mean, I don't know how much you've caught on to the case, but what are your thoughts so far as far as like the elements and Rico? Have you looked into whether you feel like they're meeting each element, or what are your thoughts?
That's a good question. You know, I think they're very slowly trying to prove Rico, which is what they're wanting to try to do is highlight all of the Amex charges that Diddy had. So there are all these damages that he caused to the various hotels he stayed at during these freak-offs. One time the damage was $40,000. But in addition to the damages, trying to correlate what the witnesses say with the freak-off, the damages also reflect charges. So one of the charges was paid not by Diddy himself, not by Diddy's personal Amex, but by the Amex of Bad Boy Entertainment. So already that's Rico essentially, because it's being funneled, and Bad Boy Entertainment, you know, legally you'd have to use that money to help potential clients or to do some sort of official music work in the industry. It would not be legal to use it to pay for damages that somebody personally has caused. So they're already trying to make that connection. And not only that, but they've remarked about, I think with Eddie Garcia received a payment as well. So they're already involving a third person. And once you involve a third person, then you're able to prove Rico. It's, you know, it's not the classic Rico Al Capone mafia stuff where it's a lot more directly provable, but there's enough there to at least get them for that. I think there's a lot of tangible, juicy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they talked about there was a penthouse, an intercontinental penthouse. Did you hear about that? Where it was like $46,000 in damages? I'm like, that's someone's salary, guys. Who baby oil? How do you damage a property like that?
Well, the most common accusations and damage are the curtains, carpets, and the drapes. It happens to be a continuous theme. It's been mentioned specifically 3 separate times. So you can only imagine what's in those carpets, curtains, and drapes.
Well, and that's what I don't know if you read into the court transcripts or anything like that, but they did interview like a hotel manager.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Of a different, and so they were talking about how they had flagged his room at this specific guest. Now he wasn't, you know, checking in by his first name. He had all these other aliases. There's a lot of unanswered questions that a lot of us have. Like, for example, when they arrested him, he was arrested with prescription drugs under the name Frank Black. Right. And we're like, well, how come that's also not an investigation? Because you have to kind of wonder, somebody prescribed those to him, right? Things like that. You know, that I'm like, this is a lot. Or even, I don't know if you heard about the freak off in Las Vegas with the iconic rapper. And then the following day, Kanye shows up. So it's a lot of questions that we have about this whole situation. We're like, this don't make sense.
Right. And they might want to try, you know, another attempt, we'll see if this happens, is to get Kanye on the stand, to get Yeezus as a witness. So, you know, I think what they're going to try to do is to say, all right, did any other rapper involved in this freak off contribute their own money? Was there any funneling through Diddy? Did they pay for an extensive thing? Now, especially if you could tangibly prove that they paid for some sort of drug, then that's highly illegal. And that would be an aspect of RICO, because paying for something that you're illegally paying for, that's illegal to buy. So that would be an aspect of RICO too. So you can see, and what's fascinating is, you know, with the prosecutors, it's like 2 birds with 1 stone. So they talked extensively at the Intercontinental Hotel, and then also at the same time they were able to expose a photo that was with the geotag was found to be taken at that time at the Intercontinental Hotel of the side of Cassie's eyebrow with a big deep gash on it. So, you know, they're kind of combining a lot of different things, but I think they have a pretty strong case in that regard.
Really? And I mean, there's some people that, you know, I feel like I hear different opinions. I've heard.
Yeah, I heard it too.
That this is going to be deadlocked because of some of the concerns about some of the witnesses that they've brought in. You know, they brought all kinds of witnesses in that were, you know, there's some of the stuff, inconsistencies in terms of what maybe has been testified and what does the jury see. So with the jury, now we had jury issues yesterday. We had jury issues on Monday. And I did actually a video because I was able to get a hold of the transcripts about what they were, somebody leaking information to TMZ. And it's all supposed to seal. Somebody's not telling the truth. And I'm just kind of wondering about this.
Which is scary because it could blow the whole case too.
Yeah.
So you have to be super careful. And then the defense will be using that. The defense will be say TMZ leaked a key part of information. It unduly influenced the jury. I don't think it's going to work, but you could bet that they're going to sure as hell try that. And you know, again, all they have to do is point to one little bit of information to say the entire case is tainted and they want a retrial. I think at this point they are gunning far more for a retrial than they are for a not guilty. That would be my assumption. Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. Is a lot of people out there though? How's the atmosphere?
A fair amount, yeah. I mean, very consistently, there's probably outside of the courtroom about 20 people, 20 to 30 people, I would say. And oddly enough, most of the people there outside the courtroom are supportive of Diddy. I got to speak with some of them. And I appreciate you making that distinction when I was interviewing the gentleman that I didn't agree with his point of view, but he certainly had it. And he was certainly passionate about it. And a lot of people are people outside in the street. A gentleman came all the way from LA.
Yes.
They felt like Diddy was the victim, and they are attending the trial as well and pointing to the fact that the defense has presented many text messages of Cassie explaining how much she enjoyed the relationship and how much she values Diddy. Now, of course, if there's any coercion or threat or anything like that or diminishing of income, that goes out the window. But the supporters of Diddy are trying to say this is a decent dude who had a consensual relationship who has some odd proclivities, much deeper. But that's their perspective. So that's been fascinating to watch.
Have you seen Diddy free Diddy protesters out there?
Oh yeah. With signs. Oh yeah. So they're pro. Yeah, about 20 people. A few of them have their own YouTube. Some are just coming with signs, say free Diddy, and are just there to support him. So he has his fans. Not me, but they're there.
Oh my God, Dodge. Well, Dodge, I really appreciate you hitting the link, guys. Let me show you guys. Dodge's channel. This is Dodge. It's Landsman. Right?
Close. Landisman. Tomato.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. Thank you, guys. Make sure you guys check them out. Dodge, I really wish you would love to see you cover, like, and even in my mind, I'm like, man, Dodge would be great at the Karen Reed case, or, you know, some of these like high profile.
I was thinking about going up there for, once they finally do a verdict, actually. So I'll keep you posted. Absolutely. Because I know it's winding down, but they would have to do a verdict and a sentencing. So I was going to try to show up to both of them. So.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, well, Dodge, thank you for hitting the link, and shout out to you. Thank you.
Appreciate it. It's a real honor to have you shout me out. I've been watching you, I think, for like a year and a half now. So keep up the good work. It was very cool. I was a little starstruck.
Oh, stop it. We regular people over here. Thank you so much. I'll see you. Bye, Dodge.
Take care.
Guys, have some hearts for Dodge. He was I just shared the channel, and I know Ahmad dropped a link. Thank you so much, Dodge, for stopping by. Thank you. Shout out to him. Guys, let's get it together. So what are we doing? Let me look at the poll and figure out what we're doing here. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let's see, what are we doing here? Okay, so it looks like, all right, so it sounds like we're going to read transcripts from the 17th now that the news has kind of been out there, simmered out, and everything about what's going on. Let me see what else is happening and people are saying on the Twitters as well. Okay. Today the trial, so Inner City Press is still letting the people know that today the trial is adjourned due to vertigo, to a juror's vertigo. Tomorrow it's for Juneteenth, so tomorrow's out. Friday will be a shorter than normal day, so Friday's going to be a short day too. Still, the Diddy on Trial Week 6 book will come out Friday. So shout out to Inner City Press. And again, here is a photo for those that missed it. Clean cut Brandon Paul, who I guess is going to be my photo on my thumbnail. That's what we're going to do. Let me bookmark that, because literally that's the most recent picture that I've seen of him. But yes, they are adjourned, and people are reacting to this news. Diddy docket. You get the rest of the day off. You get the rest of the day off. Everybody's got something to say. People are like, oh no, what's happening? Yep. We just got here. I know some of y'all are late. So yes. Okay. Let's get it together. Let's get it together. Let's get it together. So I am not going to read what happened with the hold up. Let me remove that. What happened with the juror, because I read that in a smaller video, shorter video, and I don't want to repeat myself. So I think what we're going to do is just go through let's see. Put that there. We're going to go through, let's see. I want to see what happened after. What page am I in? No results found. Okay, so this is the first page. I think it was page Brendan Paul. So okay, yeah. All right, here we go. So Brendan Paul was given immunity yesterday. He was sworn and all that stuff. Good stuff happened, right? Sorry, somebody called me, y'all. Okay, here we go. Yeah, vertigo is no joke. So hopefully the juror feels better. All right. So Brendan Paul came yesterday. And let me see if I can. And I'm not going to be paying attention too much to the chat, guys. So I do apologize. Shout out to everybody. And by the way, just so people are aware, there is somebody had said in a comment or something that I was editing this. I can't edit these transcripts. So the idiot that said that, you're an idiot. I can't there's no editing. I can highlight them, I just can't edit them. So yeah, nice try. Okay. Yeah, I was muted because I was talking on the phone real quick. All right, so Brendan Paul came yesterday. This is after the let's see, the jury situation, right? There was nothing else that they were going to talk about. Let me go up a little bit more before Brendan Paul comes through, okay? Let's see. Mr. Paul, here we go. This is to prepare us for Brendan Paul. This was going to prepare us for Friday, okay? So let's see. A very bad thing. Yes, you agree. This is where I left off, okay? This is the only warning I give. This was yesterday after they were talking about juror number 7 and the information that got leaked. I do as well. All right. Is there any further issues? Not from the government, not from us. Okay. All right. So in the court, I addressed this part. This is kind of where I left off yesterday on that video. Thank you. What other issues do we need to address? Here we go. So here we go. This is yesterday, June 17th. We're going to talk about Brendan Paul here. Okay. All right. Hit the like button, please. And thank you. What other issues do we need to address? Says the court. Do we have Mr. Paul? We can handle the immunity order at this time. Ms. Slavic for the government. Your Honor, I'm not sure he's arrived yet, but I will keep the court posted. The court speaks. From the government, what further issues are there to address this morning? Comey speaks. Your Honor, I am pleased to report that Ms. Garagos, Mr. Driscoll, and I resolved all of our issues with respects to Mr. Cerillo's charts and exhibits. So we have nothing to tee up for Your Honor with respects to the witness. Very good, says the court. Mr. Agnifilo, Ms. Garagos speaks for the defense. We don't have any issues, Your Honor. With the court's permission, until Mr. Paul arrives, we wanted the ability to be able to show our client the videos that were played yesterday. And we're going to be played today through Penland because, as we've told Your Honor, in the lockup, it's impossible to see the computer screens. So we are going to ask that until the jury gets here or until Mr. Paul gets here, we have the opportunity to confer with our client to the side to show him the evidence that's going to be presented. The court speaks. That's fine. Do we need to make any adjustments in terms of who is in the courtroom? Garrigo speaks. No, I think we can move it so that the audience doesn't see, and he's seated kind of where Mr. Driscoll is. And so we can go in the back, just right in the back here. And then the only slight adjustment I would ask for is a brief modification of the amended protective order that it mandates that I am in possession of this USB at all times. And that I would just ask our defense team is allowed to be in possession of it during the 20-minute period where I show him the videos so I can step out and print some things. Perfect. Let me stop right here. Locke, thank you so much for this. I agree. I hope that she gets justice. I've never once badmouthed her whatsoever for her to just come and call me shady or say anything. If anything, I've been very respectful of her, and maybe she needs to kind of step back and see that, because not once have I ever been shady to Miss Natanya Rubin. She definitely deserves justice, and that's how deeply I mean that. But it's messed up to call somebody things when they've never came for you whatsoever. So thank you for this, and I agree. I hope she gets justice. Thank you. Let's keep moving. Thank you so much, Adam. Thank you for the $2. Hope you're doing well. Love your channel, Adam. Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. And let's keep it cute on the chat, guys, because I'm reading and I'm not paying attention, and we're not about to fight, because we're not going to do that. We don't need to do that. We don't need to be doing that shit. But thank you. I didn't think so. We have never, but it's what it is. Okay. Let's keep going. Where did I leave off? And I'm in possession of, so Teeny Garrigos has a USB, okay? And she says, I would just ask our defense team is allowed to be in possession of it for 20 minutes during, so where I could show the videos and I could step out and print some things. So there's this USB that's holding, I guess, information that she is in. I don't know. She needs to ask permission to be in possession of. I mean, this is how intense the situation is. Okay. The court says, any objection to that understanding? Mr. Agnifilo? Mr. Agnifilo, as I just said, is responsible for the whereabouts of that USB and anything that happened to it. No objection, says Comey, Your Honor. Ms. Garrigo speaks. Although I do believe the order mandated that I'm personally responsible for it, but I don't want to pass the buck on this USB to him. It is court order that I'm in possession of it at all times. Okay. The buck is shared, and is that respected? The court said. Very good. The buck is shared in that respect. Excuse me. Very good. Okay. As to the questions concerning juror number 7, just as I indicated yesterday, I think it makes more sense to handle that at the end of the day because of the coordination issues, just in terms of people arriving. Have the parties discuss how they want the court to answer those questions, meaning in the robing room, here with the court sealed, etc., etc. Steiner speaks. Your Honor, the parties have not discussed that. We can confer briefly, if that's possible. The court then says, very good, please confirm that, and then we'll handle that at the end of the day. Okay, Ms. Steiner says, thank you, Your Honor. Before we give you a break, so that you can handle the issue that you need to handle, Mr. Agnifilo, baby bunny's yelling. Do you have a general sense? Again, I'm holding you, I'm not holding you to anything, but given that do you have a sense of the duration of the defense's case here? They're going to take a lot longer now, right? They're going to take a lot longer now, right? Because now, today is off, tomorrow's off, and then Brendan is about to hit the stand on Friday, and it's going to be a short day. So this is going to push back the time frame, if you know what I mean. Hi, Miss Amber. How are you? Shout out to Miss Amber. Y'all drop some hearts for Miss Amber here. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's see. Before we give you a break so that you can handle the issue, you need to handle Mr. Agnifilo. Do you have a general sense? Again, I'm not holding you to anything, but given that now, do you have a sense of the duration of the defense case here? The reason I ask is because I'm working on the charges right now. and I didn't know what pace I need to maintain. I'm happy to burn the midnight oil and be here all night, but I just need to know how long the defense case is anticipated at the present time. Ballpark, not final. Agnifilo says, I understand, Judge. I will say this. I feel like Agnifilo said this before. He said that he felt like time is not really being considered to the defense as much. So there does seem to be a bit of a time crunch, but at the same time, your client wanted a speedy trial, Agnifilo. So that's his right, and that's what he wants. And so time is always going to be an issue, right? Keep that in mind. I would think it would be between 2 and 5 days of trial, not longer than 5. It could be shorter than 2. I know that we're making, adjustments as we go. So I would say the ballpark is between 2 and 5 trial days. Okay? 2 and 5 trial days. This is how long the defense is going to take for those that were asking. All right. So I think the government said that their case would likely take through the end of the day tomorrow. Is that still the projection? Ms. Comey speaks. Yes, Your Honor, depending on the length of cross today and the length of cross of Agent Cerillo, it could spill into Friday morning. But I think it's very likely we'll rest tomorrow. Okay. Ms. Shapiro says, the court says, Ms. Shapiro, you have motions, and how long is that going to take? Shapiro speaks, not that long. All right. Let's see. Make myself smaller, y'all. Why am I so big? Okay. Excuse me. Let's see. Okay, so she has motions. It's not going to take long. Not that long. All right. So we have a short day on Friday. So, Mr. Agnifilo, if I'm hearing you right, and the defense case takes a couple of days next week at minimum, then we could look at charging the jury at some point next week. Agnifilo speaks. Yes, I think that's right. I will get some of the Celsius that the kids, is it Celsius that the kids are drinking these days? Very good. We'll come back at close to 9 a.m. to get started. Okay. So there's a recess. The court says, anything to address before we start? Ms. Slavic says, Ms. Slavic, you're standing up. Ms. Slavic says, I'm standing up because I'm ready to bring in Mr. Paul to the stand. All right. Let's go. So yesterday, Brendan Paul, the name Paul has been thrown out. There's a S worker named Paul. Okay. Honestly. But yes. Hold up 1 minute. Hold up. Aussie Mel says, I voted 16, but now 17. Defense was ridiculous. Thank you. And we could probably, depending on like how my voice is doing, we could probably do 16 as well. We're here, guys. We're here. We were supposed to be on trial. So we're going to do this. We're going to do our best to just, get through this. Okay. So by the way, thank you so much for the $10. It really does help support the channel. And Adam and everybody else that supported, thank you guys. Also hit the like button. If we can get to 1,000 likes, I would really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Loke, but I've been very respectful and I've said her name. Not Loke. I keep calling you Loke. I know it's Locke. I have been, if there's a message that, if I know you're close to her, and I will say that I have been very respectful. I've shouted her out during the Diddy documentary or coverage of this trial. There's a lot of videos out there. I think she referred to me as shady when I've never done anything. I've come to her channel and super chatted. So maybe there's something more to it. Maybe she just doesn't like me, and that's fine. We're not going to always like each other, but that's kind of where I'm coming from. But Locke, you've always been, welcome on my channel. You've come here before. You're amazing. You're welcome here. I mean, it is what it is. Shout out to her, and hopefully she can figure out what the upset is, because I haven't done anything to Miss Rubin at all. Not once, never shaded her, and I've never even had her on my chat. So she can't say I've ignored her. So yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. That would be amazing. Thank you. All right. And again, I'm just, yesterday when I heard it, I had a reaction, and my video's on members only. Y'all can watch it, but I never said anything wrong about her. So I've kept it cute. Okay. Let's move on. All right. So Brendan Paul is here. The court says, let's give Mr. Combs a second to come out, says the court. Agnifilo, I'll go tell them that we're ready to go. Okay. Your Honor, does the court have a copy of the paperwork, the immunity paperwork? I believe so. Yes, I do. I want to know what this immunity paperwork looks like. I've never seen anything like that. I like to see what that looks like. Agnifilo says, I believe that your client would like 10 minutes to review the material. Mr. Agnifilo, I believe your client would like 10 minutes to review the material. Agnifilo says, I see. Court says, so do we feed to wait? Do we feed to wait 10 minutes or can we proceed with the immunity application? Agnifilo says, can I ask him that question? Yes. Agnifilo says, thank you, Judge. And there's a pause. I know I sent you back in there, but why don't we just wait, says the court. Agnifilo says, no, I spoke to him to the extent that he was right to be present for the immunity application. I told him that he, I told him he had that right. And he said he thanks the court for the opportunity to watch the videos. He does not want to be present in ways that he has the right to be present for the immunity application. So the court is inviting Diddy to be present to like immunity applications. He's watching videos. I have a problem with this because I would hate for there to be an argument later that Diddy wasn't provided the opportunity to be in rooms or Diddy wasn't provided the opportunity to, have conversations. I would hate for this to be an issue later on. So I'm glad it's on record because Agnifilo is saying I spoke to him to the extent that he has a right to be present for the immunity application. I told him he had that right. And he said he thanks the court for the opportunity to watch the videos. He does not want to be present in any way that he has a right to be present for the immunity application. So he's watching videos, but he's not really present there. But I would hate for them to be like, this is what's happening, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I have an objection with that. I do, honestly. Okay. The court says, does anyone have a problem with us proceeding or perceive an issue with us proceeding? Slavic says, no, Your Honor. The court says, all right, let's proceed then. Good morning. So Deputy Clerk speaks. Can you please give the court your first and last name? So Brendan Paul's on the stand. You got to raise your right hand. Okay. Brendan Paul, may I inquire, Your Honor? You may. Brendan Paul is sworn. Examination continues. Good morning, Mr. Paul. Good morning. Mr. Paul, did you receive a subpoena requesting you to testify at this trial? Yes. Do you have an attorney who represents you in connection with this matter? I do. Based on your discussions with your attorney, do you intend to invoke your constitutional right not to testify and not to answer any and all questions put to you on the grounds of potential self-incrimination? Yes. Do you understand that if the court enters an order granting you immunity, that you will be required to answer any and all questions truthfully here? Yes. Do you understand that the order will not protect you from prosecution for perjury if you intentionally make false statements here today? Yes. Your Honor, says Slavic, on the basis of this witness's answers to these questions, the government asks that you enter the proposed order that have been submitted to the court. Court speaks. I will enter the proposed order dated today, and it will be made a court exhibit. Anything further, Ms. Slavic? No, Your Honor. Okay, court speaks. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Agnifilo, are you prepared to proceed? Mr. Agnifilo, are you prepared to proceed? Agnifilo says, we are. Thank you. All right. The court says, Mr. Combs, while you were reviewing the material, we handled the immunity application of Mr. Paul. And I understand, Mr. Combs, that you waived your appearance at this time. Defendant speaks. Diddy speaking here, the defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. Probably the one time that you actually hear him is here. Yes, Your Honor. Jury's present. Okay, welcome back. Members of the jury, Agent Penland, you understand you're still under oath? Okay, so Penland is the witness. Here we go. All right. Whew. Y'all ready? Let me know. Hit the like button. Don't be stingy with the likes, guys. This is from yesterday. So for those that are coming in, give you a quick little rundown. We were ready to go live, and as some of you guys already know, that a juror called off sick, so court is adjourned today until Friday. All right, but I'm reviewing the transcripts for yesterday. I got to do a small video last night. I was really tired and I did it, so shout out to us. We got through it, and I wanted to talk about we've already read that part, so I'm not going to reread that. We're right where Penland is about to get cross by Garagos. Okay, let me know what you guys think in the comments. Let's go. Okay, all right. Hold up, let me put somebody on. I told y'all we'd be getting all these Diddy trolls. Like, what the hell? I'm not going to be paying attention too much to the chat, guys, because I'm like hyper focused on these transcripts. All right. I'm going to have to change these thumbnails here, but let me make sure. Good morning, everybody. Okay, good. That person's gone. All right, here we go. The witness. Yes, the court. Ms. Johnson, you may proceed when you're ready. Thank you, Your Honor. Delisa Penland resumes with direct examination. All right. So this is direct. Oh, we're still under direct. Okay. So we'll do direct and then cross. Here we go. So this is a special agent. Okay. So we left off yesterday. This is Johnson for the government. We left off yesterday. You were testifying about government exhibit 1402. Do you recall that? Yes. Okay. And could you please zoom in to page 1, line 2, Special Agent Penland. What is the dates associated with line 2 item, with line item 2, August 26, 2009 to August 28, 2009? And what city is listed for the second column? New York City. What hotel and address is listed in the third column? The London Hotel, 151 West 54th Street, New York, New York. In the borough is 5151 54th Street, Manhattan. What names are listed in the column's names? Sean Combs, Cassandra Ventura, Jules Theodore, aka Jules. What flight records are listed in the flight record columns? Jules Theodore. So I want to focus on government's exhibit 4A-124. Do you see that site? Do you see as a citation for some of the entries on line item 2? I do. Which entries? The location, address, as well as flight records. What type of documents is government exhibit 4A-124? An American Express statement. They got an American Express statement, guys. That's interesting. Okay. I'd like to take this down and pull up government exhibits 1405-A. Okay. Is this a chart that you were asked to review for accuracy? Yes. Can you explain what this chart shows? This chart indicates that there were selected expenses that were charged to an American Express statement ending account number 6009. Who selected the charges to include on government exhibit 1405-A? The trial team. And looking at the dates and the charge on American Express statement on column, what is the date range of the dates that are listed? August 26, 2009 through August 29, 2009. Let's walk through those charges. Okay, so they're going to list some of those charges, all right? What type of charges are the first 3 rows? There were charges to the London, New York City Hotel. All right. What about the next row with the orange next? What about the next row with the orange next to it? This is a charge to Virgin America for a ticket from Los Angeles to JF Kennedy for Jules Theodore. What is the date of departure for that ticket? August 26. Just circling back quickly, I forgot to ask you one thing about the London hotel charges. What are the arrivals and departures dates associated with those charges? August 26, 2009 to August 29, 2009. Okay. Okay. Could you take that down and zoom in, Miss Foster? Miss Foster is the one that's helping in the court. There's another person that helps out with the exhibits as they're displaying them, okay? So that's why the name Foster is being mentioned. Focusing in the middle on the travel agency service charge. How, if at all, does that relate to another charge on this chart? This is the travel agency service fee for the ticket purchase for Jules Theodore. All right, can you zoom off of that? Can you describe the charges underneath on August 27, 2009? Yes, this charge is for pickup from flight coming in Virgin America and drop off at the London, New York City for Jules Theodore. Okay, so for those that are wondering, where is the human trafficking, or excuse me, the S trafficking part of this whole situation? I mean, they're literally having Jules Theodore, who's clearly an S worker, going back and forth, flying all over the place, okay, to provide these kinds of services. This would be that trafficking part, that S trafficking. For those that are wondering about, well, they haven't met their burden. Well, if they got receipts of these flights with Jules' names and who's purchasing them in the American Express card, that, my friends, would be it right there. Does that make sense? Let me know, because some people are like, well, we don't have receipts. Well, some of the stuff is under seal, but they're actually showing us receipts of these things here. There you go. Let me know what you guys think in the comments about this whole situation. Okay. So he says, can you take that zoom down, then zoom in into the last two? Can you describe the American Airlines charge? She says, this is a charge for a ticket for JF Kennedy Airport to Los Angeles, California for Jules Theodore departing on August 28th, 2009. How, if at all, does the travel agency charge related to the American Airlines charge? That's the travel agency service fee for the ticket. Okay. And you can zoom that down. All right. So turning to the payment method column, how was each of the charges listed in the charge column paid? They were paid with the American Express account ending in 6009. Again, showing receipts of how these tickets were paid. The Amex card was from Sean Diddy Combs. They're giving us this rundown. I'm going to try to skip through much of this because they're just showing us receipts. Where I really want to get is to the defense part. That's the part that I want to get to, okay? This shows that the American Express statement ending in September 2000 to September 24, 2009 includes those selected charges that we just looked at, among other charges as well, for a total bill of 218. What? So he was charging that much? Guys, this is how much a FO was costing him? 218,353 cents, or 253? I can't even read the number because I'm so surprised. So the American, is that total of that or what? What? This shows that the American Express statement ending in September 2009, September 24, 2009 includes those selected charges. Selected charges that we just looked at, among other charges as well. Oh, okay. Okay. So there's other charges. It's not just that. I'm like, what? All right. Moving to page 2. All right. So they're moving to page 2. What does page 2 show? This indicates that there was one account at Signature Bank that was used to pay off a total of 218,353 of charges, and the account ending on numbers 9686. Who is the account holder on the Signature Bank? 207 Anderson LLC Care of Bad Boy Entertainment Worldwide. Bad Boy Entertainment Worldwide. That's the company. That's the enterprise. Okay? There you go. That's what this is. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Take that down now, Ms. Foster. Pull up government exhibit 1402, page 1, and zoom in on line 2. Which exhibits are cited in the names under Cassandra Ventura's name? GX3A106 and GX-1303. Okay. Let's keep going. We're going to go through these real quick. Can you zoom out? All right. Special Agent Penland. Who are the participants in this communication? Jules and Cassandra. Whose messages? If you can undo that zoom, whose messages are assigned to the left? Jules. Whose messages are assigned to the right? Cassandra. What are the dates range in this cover? August 26, 2009 to August 28, 2009. If you read the chats associated with Miss Ventura, I'll read the chat associated with Jules. Okay, so they're about to read chats with each other. Hey, how are you? Give me a call when you get this. Did you leave too? Here's your book locator. So they're sharing an airline locator booking number. Thank you. Thank you. Safe flight. Thanks again and happy B-Day. Messages between Cassie and Jules. Okay. What airline is associated with this charge? American Airlines. Is that the same airline that was mentioned in the communication we just read? Yes. And what's the flight itinerary between cities for this? JFK Kennedy Airport to Los Angeles, California. Okay, you could take that down now, Miss Foster. Okay. So what are the dates associated in line item 46? September 15, 2014. And what city? Los Angeles. What hotel is listed? The Four Seasons, okay? The Four Seasons Hotel and Resorts. And what is the reservation name for the hotel? Eli Marone. What names are listed in the columns? Sean Combs, Clayton Howard, aka Dave. Okay. Whose flight records are listed in the flight records column? Clayton Howard. I want to focus again on government exhibit 4A-130, which column relies on 4A-103 as a source. Okay. So the location, hotel, address, and flight records. All right, we're going to keep going, guys. So they're just showing more exhibits. This shows a charge of an American Express statement in 5002. Who selected the charges to include in this chart? The trial team. There's a trial team that's collecting information. Can you summarize the first 4 charges next to the purple column? These are charges by Four Seasons Hotel and the arrival date in September 15, 2014, with the departure date of September 17, 2014. What location of the Four Seasons are these charges associated with? Los Angeles. Okay, you could take that down. Zooming on the bottom of these charges, what are those charges? Those 3 charges. These charges by Journey Corporation, a travel agency, and service for travel itinerary. Can you tell from these charges the passenger's name associated with the travel itinerary? Clayton Howard. Okay. And focusing on the payment method column, who is each charge that's listed in this charge paid? By the American Express statement ending in 5002. Who is the account holding for the American Express account ending in 5002? Sean Combs. All right. So Sean Combs is owing, he owns all the accounts. All right. This shows there's another one. This shows the American Express statement ending in September 29, 2014, which included the charges that we just reviewed at the Four Seasons Hotel and the travel agency. Also included other charges totaling $298,810 for a total amount due at the end of the statement, $307,424. Damn. These better not, I don't think these are all for FOs. I think this is all inclusive, right? Of like all kinds of charges that they had in these cards. This can't just all be for FOs. There's no way. No way. Okay, turning to page 2. What does page 2 show? This indicates that the balance of $307,424 on the American Express statement ending September 23rd, 2014 was paid by 5 different signature accounts. Damn. 5 different accounts. Okay. FOs mostly, that's what it sounds like. Like, damn, that's a lot of travel for FOs. What do you guys think? Are you keeping the numbers, Cheek? Because this is a lot. I'm like, somebody get the calculator. Somebody get the calculator because this is too much. I need a calculator. I can't be keeping up. All right. Yeah, could it be a lot of hotels said that they had fully remodeled? Yeah, it could be damages, it could be hotel things, it could be all kinds of things. That's crazy. Okay. Was this another chart that you were asked to verify the accuracy of? Yes. Okay. So this is the agent saying, yeah, there's another chart. A lot of charts with breakdowns. Can you explain to the juror or to the jury what this chart shows? This chart is color coded to the previous chart we just saw. It shows the 5 different bank accounts that payments were made from, the date of the payments, the check numbers that was used to make the payment, and the total amount that was paid by each signature bank account. And who are the account holders for the signature accounts used to make the statements as depicted in this chart? Combs Entertainment Combs Enterprise LLC. Okay. Care of Bad Boy Entertainment, 40 Hedges 40 Hedges Realty Inc. Care of the Bad Boy Worldwide, 207 Anderson LLC. Care of the Bad Boy Entertainment Worldwide, 56 and Broadway LLC, care of the Bad Boy Entertainment and Bad Boy Productions. So those are all the 5 accounts that were made to make all these payments. So all of those are in his enterprise, right? Damn. Scuttlebug says, Judge Rabbit, could you please read the opening statements tomorrow to see whose plane is actually landing? Oh, we could do that. I feel like we already did, but we could definitely maybe refresh on that. But I also have some other videos. I still got to do Cassie's too. So I'm behind, but yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. We could definitely do that. And I have the videos there. I have a whole playlist, guys. Some of which, the ones that are transcript only, they say transcript, official court transcript only on the thumbnail. It'll say that. So you guys are able to just go to that video. And then it'll have the date. And then I'll tell you, like, okay, this video is from this video. Make sure you watch this video. So just check the playlist. It's like in the front of the channel. Okay. Just so people are aware. All right. So where are we at? On the top line for November 21st payment, the box is shaded in blue. Can you explain the box is shaded? Can you explain why the box is shaded? So this amount of charges were paid over time. They were, oh, and by the way, Scuttlebug, thank you again for the $5. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if I thanked you. Thank you. So the top total amount of charges were paid over time. They weren't paid on a single date. And over that time, the American Express statement is used and the additional charges are made to that statement. And so the final payment was paid to apply to some of those other charges. So if you see the bottom in the blue, it shows that 33,229 payment is part of a larger payment totally 86,757, but only the 33,229 would have went towards these charges that we're looking at. So they were cutting the payments up, right? Like they weren't paying it all in one day. When you say these charges, are you referring to the entire bill of the end? I believe September 2014. Correct. So you can take that down, Ms. Foster. And now can we please pull up Government Exhibit 1402? Okay. All right. So focusing your attention on that. So they're looking at another government exhibit. Okay. Let's see. This is a stipulation between the parties that reads, government. Let's see. Sorry. All these Diddy bots. Man, oh man. Hold up, y'all. Thank you. Give me 1 second. All right. This is a stipulation between the parties that reads Government Exhibit 7D101 through 7D153 are true and accurate records from the Four Seasons Hotel and Resorts. You can take that down now and take the stipulation off the screen. Okay. Special Agent Pendlin. I want to walk through a few boxes. So they're gonna walk through more boxes associated to names. What's the name associated in the left two boxes? Eli Marone. Okay. And moving down, there are dates of arrivals and departures. All right. September 15, 2014 and September 17, 2014. And below, what's the room rate? 2,200. Damn. And going over into the middle, under payment and credit card number. How? What's the payment and credit card listed in this Four Season documents? The payment method is an American Express ending in 5002. Is that the same amount that we just looked at in the chart? Yes. And turning your attention to all the way to the right, there's a contacts list, first and last name. Can you read that? Can you read the name? Christina Coram. Miss Coram is paying for all this stuff too. Okay? Christina Coram's name is being mentioned here. All right? And then moving all the way down to the bottom, and the second bottom, give me 1 sec, guys. All right, sorry about that. Christina Coram, and then moving all the way down to the bottom, the second box, there's a box that says old card holder. Whose name is next to the old card holder? Sean Combs. Okay. Sean Combs' name's in there. All right. They're looking at more. Okay, there's more. Can you read the text in the blue box? Mr. Eli Maroon asked for a room to be added to his reservation. Okay, so we can take that down. So they're showing us like the breaking down of the expenses. So who is this Eli or Eli Maroon? Let me look this up real quick because I heard this name yesterday. Maroon? Is he an S worker or what? So Eli Maroon is an industry veteran who worked with Sean Diddy Combs. He's managed Diddy and co-founded the Crew League, a basketball tournament and entertainment series. Okay. That's who he is. There's pictures of him all over social media. So this is an actual, it's not an S worker. It's an actual person that worked with Diddy. Okay. But there was rooms for this person. All right. So going down, what's the room rate? $495. And moving in the middle, what card is listed in the payment? An American Express ending in 5002. All right. Keep going. And is that the same American Express for which we looked at the charges in Government Exhibit 1405 D? Yes. And who was the contact, first and last name on the bottom? Christina Coram. KK is all over these charges. You could take that down. Okay. And I'm looking at the flight records for the column, and there are additional sources besides the Government Exhibit 4A130 cited under flight records. Yes. Okay. I'm going to look at just one of those. Can we pull up Government Exhibit 6T108? All right. What is this? A travel invoice. Okay. Under the letterhead, what is the name that's listed? Bad Boy Entertainment. All of this is listed under his name. And who's the passenger? Clayton Howard. We know Clayton Howard is an S worker. Okay. And what is the departure date and arrival date of the first flight? September 15, 2015 to September 16, 2014. Okay. And what's the route? New York, Kennedy to Los Angeles. And then underneath, what is the departure date of the second flight? September 16, 2014. And what's the arrival date? September 17, 2014. So they were flying these S workers for like a day, maybe 2 days. Huh. All right. Special Agent Penland, is this another chart that you reviewed for accuracy? It is. And can you please explain what this chart shows? Okay, this shows selected charges on American Express statement ending in 9005, and who selected the charges to include the government exhibit 1405C, the trial team. The trial team. All right, so let's just walk through this. So they're walking through more. Another American Airlines for a ticket from Los Angeles to JFK with passenger's name of Jewel Theodore departing July 29, 2010, and top charge is a travel agency service fee related to the ticket. Okay. So this is and I'm looking. They're spending money on wines and spirits, spending money on candles. I'm looking. I want to get to the defense. Okay. Hold up. Let me you said, Savannah says, could you create a poll in the near future simulating our roles as jurors to determine our verdict on each charge regarding innocence or guilt? That's a good idea, Savannah. Maybe I'll do that for I could probably do it tomorrow. That's a good idea. You mean like for each predicate? Let me screenshot this. I'll look at it up later. That's a good idea. Thank you so much for the $4.99, Savannah. I think that's a good idea. And Sugar Queen, thank you for this. I appreciate you. Thank you for this super sticker. Thank you. Yeah, that would be good. The jury instructions are interesting. That would be a great poll. I like that idea. I do too. Do you guys hit the like button, please? And thank you. All right. So we're looking at the charges because we're wanting to get right to the defense part. Can you please pull that up? So the more charges are being pulled. I'm trying to see if any other names are dropped. Gives you an idea of how much they were spending. So this shows the American Express statement ending August 23rd, 2010, which includes the charges that we reviewed: United Airlines, the Dipquay, wine and spirits, American Airlines travel agency fees. Also include other charges of $106,314 for a total bill of charges due at the end of August 23rd, 2010. Statement is $108,656. Damn. So if we can get a running total of all these numbers, that's what I'm waiting for. We're going to get to this part. Where's this 46,000 at? Okay. We're going to get there. I'm going through each number. So this slide shows that, and Aaron, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you for supporting the channel. This slide shows 806,656 of charges that were due on the August ending of the account ending August 23, 2010. Statement was paid by a single signature bank account ending in 9686. Damn, with all this money on FOs, and he's able to pay everything else. My goodness. It's a lot of money. And who is the account holder for the signature bank? 9686 207 Anderson LLC, care of Bad Boy Entertainment Worldwide. There's your Rico. There's your enterprise. These are all the business charges that he's paying these prostitutes. Okay, this is the receipts that you guys were wanting to talk about. Like, where's the receipts? Where? There it is. It's all bank statements. And some of these bank statements are freaking 20 years ago, from 20 years ago. This is how bad these people, they could pull this stuff out of you from 20 plus years ago. 2010, 2009. Really, that's crazy. But this is just giving you guys an idea. Literally, peasant, luxury. They can do that. They can go back and pull all this stuff. Absolutely. This is where the whole trial has been, April. You're right. This is the whole trial right here. This is the receipts people have been asking. Okay. Thank you guys. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. You guys are funny. The paper trail is paper trailing. That's right. All right. So Beverly Hills Hotel. And I'm just kind of skimming through some of these. Okay. 9641 West Sunset Boulevard in Beverly Hills, California. There was a $500 miscellaneous damage of carpet and drapes. Now, when did they stay at the Beverly Hills? Was it at the same time that, because Whitney Houston passed away at the Beverly Hills, right? So she says, government says, and I'm focusing your attention on the location column, the third column. Can you read that? What that says? Beverly Hills Hotel, room 121, 9646. Okay, we know the address. $500 miscellaneous damages to drapes and carpets. They were messing up the Beverly Hills. They were. Okay. What source shows the miscellaneous damages that listed in line 26? GX 7B-1 7B-130. Okay. What type of document is this? Agent Penland. This is a hotel invoice. And directing your attention to the top line, whose name is on the invoice? Mr. Philip Pines. Remember Philip Pines? He's the one that sued Diddy sometime, was it December? It was a December lawsuit where he had to do the King Nights and he was cleaning up after Diddy and company. Philip Pines, the names are in the invoices, just so people are aware. Okay. Gives you an idea. And then directing your attention to the second from the bottom line charge, February 25th, 2013. And what does that charge say? Miscellaneous damages to carpets and drapes. Damn. And what's the amount of that charge? $500. Okay. So there's another one, this other hotel that we've talked about. Here's more damages. $950 for linen, damage, and deep cleaning. Damn. Here's another one. There you go. They were messing up hotels. Special agent, what type of document is this? Is another hotel invoice in Beverly Hills. Okay. Whose name is on the invoice? Ryan Lopez. Another name that has been mentioned. Ryan Lopez hasn't even testified. Has he? Damn, I can't even remember. I don't think so. No, they have not. It was Jonathan Perez. That's who it was. And directing your attention in the middle of the charges on December 9, 2015, the miscellaneous charges. Can you please read what that says? Miscellaneous charges due to linen damages and deep cleaning. Do you know, like, look at, this is separate hotels. They were messing with the linen, okay? Linen, I mean, at least the man is paying them, but that just tells you the extent of the damage to each hotel. That's what it sounds like, okay? So this one, $1,700 on the linen. See, that's what 200 boxes of baby oil mini bottles, that's what that's going to do. It's going to mess up your linens. Okay? I'll be fine if I never hear about baby oil anymore after this. I'll be okay. I think we'll all be okay. All right. And it says, and below it, what's the line below it? It appears to be an adjustment to 1,700 by reducing it to 750, and is 1,700 less than 750, 950? Yes. Why did they reduce the damages? And is that how the 950 is listed in on 1402? Yes. Okay. More government exhibits. Lord have mercy. Another hotel invoice for Intercontinental New York, Times Square. Okay. What's the name of the invoice? Mr. Frank Black. All right. What's the date associated? October 5th, 2012. And can you please read the last line item, the charge, petty cash, AG losses, and DA penthouse damage? What is the amount of charges associated with the line? Okay, here you go. Who was mentioning? So here it is. Here it is. Here it is. The intercontinental damages. His name is Frank Black right here. $46,786 for the Intercontinental New York Times Square. That is an invoice. His name is listed as Mr. Frank Black. Okay. October 5th, 2012. And it's listed as petty cash, A&G loss, and DA penthouse damage. $46,000. Now, how long did he stay there? I don't know. And then it's asked, how was that paid? American Express statement ending in 3004. Who was asking? Where are you at? There you go. There you go. That's a lot of money. You were asking. There you go. Boom. Right there. I mean, literally, that's somebody's salary for a year, you know? That is could help you pay off a lot of bills, maybe down payment for a house, depending on some location, a piece of land, something. That's a good question. What is A&G loss? Annie, that's a good question. I don't know. That would be my question. Like, what's A&G loss? Okay. Yeah, I know, but it's like so many. So it would be nice to know what was actually for FOs, hotel damages, and flying people. Like, did they have to separate the expenses that way? Yeah. That's my thought. Okay. So let's see, Miss Foster, if you can zoom out of that. All right. This chart indicates that the 46,786 charges that we just looked at is represented on the American Express statement ending October 11, 2012. There are other charges on the statement, a total of 900,444. Oh, I can't even read the numbers. Like, I'm so surprised. That's crazy. So there were other charges. Aside from the 46, there were other charges in there. All right. Can you please go to page 2? What does this show? All right. This chart shows that the ending balance on the American Express statement, October 11, 2012. Yeah, it's almost 1 million total. I know. I'm like, I can't even read the number because I'm like, I get nervous. That's nearly $1 million. All right. Look at this right there. Okay, SJ Tate says A&G loss is admin and general loss for business. Gotcha. There you go. What does it mean, Unalive Monroe? I think isn't it general and admin? That's what people are saying in the chat. Thank you guys for putting that in the chat. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm like stumbling upon my words reading these numbers because it's like, first of all, it's numbers that some of us will never see. They're literally spending that much. So it's not just the FO, it's also the damages in the FO. Does that make sense? So that's crazy. Okay. Y'all, should we keep going? Drop a 1 if we should keep going. Hit the like button if we should keep going. All right, because we still got to get to the defense. Okay. Drop a 1 in the chat if we should keep going. Let me know because we're not done. All right, we're not done. We're only on page 34. Franny Law, thank you so much for the $10. What was the room number in Riverhead, New York? Everyone stay out of the bad energy rooms. Great job, Rabbit. Thank you for the popcorns. Thank you. That's Baby Bunny for the popcorns. The Riverhead room? Did he say a number? I could search it in a minute once I'm done reading everything. Yeah, don't be going to if you're staying at the Beverly Hills, stay away from, ask which one was the one Frank Black stayed in so you don't have to go there. My stomach hurts. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going, all right? Thank you for there's your RICO receipts. And by the way, thank you so much for the $10, Franny Law. There's your RICO receipts. There you go. You guys wanted receipts? There's your RICO receipts. We should call this live RICO receipts. Okay. What does this show? Okay, so there's more. Another chart shows an American Express card, a balance or account ending in October 11, 2012 was paid by multiple accounts by Signature Bank. So he was using other accounts to pay other cards, right? And as you could take that down, okay? And this is another chart. You were asked to review for accuracy. Yes, okay. The agent speaks. This indicates the color coding ties to the previous chart that we just looked at. It indicates every bank account that was used to make payments towards that balance. It includes the name of the account and the account holder, the dates payments were made, and the check numbers were used to make those payments. The total amount of payments that were made by bank account. Okay, now is this the same type of chart we looked at in connection with one earlier charges with multiple payments? Yes. Okay. So then they said, is the explanation for the blue shaded box on December 22, 2012 the same explanation you provided earlier with respects to that other chart? Yes. Okay. All right. So they're zooming into more exhibits. Here we go. Which dates are associated with number 3? December 11, 2009 to December 13, 2009. And is this the one of the line items we went through in detail yesterday? Yes. Okay. So they're zooming in and out. All right. I'm trying to see where else we got some numbers here. Is it, do you have the chart in front of you? Yes. Okay. So let's be clear. The dates indicated on item 3 are December 11 to December 13, 2009. Is that right? Correct. They're showing her more exhibits. Okay. Special Agent Penland, who are the participants in this communication? New York Strip and Sean Combs. And taking that zoom down, if you can read Sean Combs' line, I'll read the New York Strip line. Okay, they got messages from the beginning. Yes, please. Okay. Calling about 12 o'clock, message POS text when you can. Need to push to 12:40. POS, get back to confirm. Thank you. Hello, what time do you think? Are you lost? Can you let me know if there's a problem? So if there is, I have time to get another present. Thank you. Question. Oh, here we go. Hey, are you a cop? Exclamation point. Question mark. I'm sorry, but I'm a little uneasy about meeting you. Seems to be a bit too good to be true. He's asking the person if they're a cop. This is a Diddy text. Okay? Hey, are you a cop? Exclamation point. I'm sorry, but I'm a little uneasy meeting you. Seems a bit too good to be true. For a message or a massage. You said what? It says message, not massage. Hold up. Let me reread that. Hold up. I could have missed it. Oh, you're right. It does say massage. POS. You're right. Thank you, see through you. Thank you for correcting me. Okay. So calling you about 12 o'clock. Why did I say message? Okay. Massage. POS text when you can. Need to push to 12:40. POS, get back to confirm. Thank you. Hello, what time do you think? Are you lost? Can you let me know? Okay, so this is somebody else. Can you let me know if you're lost? Or if there is, I have time to get another present. Thank you. Okay. Hey, are you a cop? Exclamation point, question mark. I'm sorry, but I'm a little uneasy about meeting you. Seems a bit to be too good to be true. Y'all see that? Thank you, see through you, for correcting me. Shout out to you, see through you. So that's what it is. But it is a message. But then he's talking about a massage. Okay. The answer, no, man. Are you crazy? No, are you? Okay, then it continues. You got the hotel room for one night, didn't you? Sorry about all that. I am a few minutes away. Wink face. Okay. Johnson says, can you take that down, Miss Foster? Okay, there you go. So Agent Penland says, please feel free to refer to the printouts. Excuse me. Question. Agent Penland, please feel free to refer to the printout that you have in front of you. Could you review 1402 and let us know how many lines of 1402 listed in New York City as a location? 14. Okay. Hey, see through you. Thank you so much for correcting me. I appreciate you. Connie Cruz, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you, Connie Cruz. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. No, I misread that, so I'm glad that she corrected me there. Thank you. Okay. So more things that they're looking at. Hold up. I'm just trying to see. Are these messages? All right. So another hotel. Could you read the location associated to line 35, Hilton Garden Inn, Riverhead? And where, if you know, is Riverhead, New York? On Long Island? And where are the Hamptons, if you know? On Long Island. Okay. So Agent Penland says, with respect to the flight records and columns, could you review the chart the same way? Okay. So there's more charts, more reviewing. Hold up. Let's see. Trying to see what else I can go through. So this was confirmed by the trial team. Can you confirm what did you do to confirm the accuracy? I reviewed the evidence that provided to me, made the corrections as needed. Okay. All right. Photos. I'm looking to see when they're doing cross. Hold up. Anything else that stands up to me? Give me one sec. Okay. Here are these other icons we'll see in subsequent slides that show, for example, photographs? Yes. And what does the photograph icon look like? A camera. Okay. Let's see. And directing your attention to the first box, there's text in both black and text in white. What, if any, differences is in between the color of the text? If Sean Combs initiated the communication, it's in black. If Cassandra Ventura initiated the communication, it's in white. And what color are the boxes associated above the line with the communication related to Mr. Combs? It's dark orange. And what, if any, other colors are used in the timeline in the communication boxes? The pink color that you see below the line related to the individual communication about the relation. In relation to the previous charts we looked at, 1402, there are green communications that are friends or some known individuals, and there are also light orange communications that relate to employees of Sean Combs. Okay. So they're looking at messages. Let's see. So first on the left, what does the box on the left show? This indicates that a call was made from Combs to Ventura. Okay. And it was for 41 seconds. All right. Damn, I'm trying to get to like where we need to go because it's a lot of stuff. You could take that down. All right, there's a message here. Turning the communication below on the gray bar. Can you read the message from Garen CB4A, Cowboys for Angels? Here we go. To Ventura. Fun night. What time is that sent? 6:21 p.m. Okay. Let's see. Hold up. Thank you. Maybe you need to go to sleep. Yeah, I'm just if I catch a Diddy troll, I'm just gonna put them to sleep. Let's see. Maybe we'll catch ups here. Once I get to your name, I'll make sure I time you out for, I don't know, forever long I want to. Let's see. Thank you. Sometimes, you need to just take a nap or have a Snickers or something. Eat something, drink some water. Yeah, that usually works. Thank you. Let's keep going. And at 6:33 p.m., what is Miss Ventura's response to Garen for Cowboys for Angels? Yes. LA. Can you read the next two communications? Garen says Cowboy for Angels message. Mr. Schuyler and Ventura responded to Garen Cowboys for Angels. Yes. But anyone new? And what time is the communication? 6:34 p.m. Okay. We can take that zoom down, Ms. Foster. All right. All right. Let's see. What else are we going to look at this? Let's see. I'm just trying to see what other information they got. More Cowboys for Angels. When they were meeting up, here's the receipts of them meeting up. Can you put on notice that it might be at 7:30? Just Schuyler is good. A worker named Schuyler. Okay, I'll let you know what the other guy, Kay Schuyler, said he has family dinner at 9 p.m. But can come after. All right. So there's more receipts. Lord have mercy. Where are we at? We're still on direct. Okay, can you take that down? This was the boring part out of court yesterday, y'all. Then there's a message with Schuyler at 10:15. Schuyler messaged Ventura, what time and where would you like to meet? When she was meeting some of these escorts. There's your receipts, guys. For those that are saying, how come they're not showing this? There is your receipts for all of it. All right. Can you walk us through the communication? Which area will I be meeting you to at? Okay, let's keep going. Hello, Schuyler. I'm going through this. I'm ready to go to, where are we at? When do we go to direct? More messages. Come on. Page 50. All right. Can you take that down? We got to get to direct because this is going to take us too damn long. Here's D-Rock. Here we go. So, and before you go to the final boxes, can you look below the lines of the box shaded orange? What is contained in the box? Ventura makes a call to D-Rock at 12:09 p.m. and call connects for 22 seconds. Can you describe the final communication on this slide? Combs says, message Ventura on 12:09 p.m. You're going to abandon me all alone, and also make 2 calls to Ventura at 12:09 p.m. Neither call is answered. Okay, let's go to slide number 7 now. Please, Ms. Foster, what date is slide number 7? March 5th, 2016. So there's a call. They're just showing us breakdowns of calls. Give me a call, please. All right. Let's see. Can we get to the cross already? These are all messages. Okay, I'm about to be arrested. Here we go. This is on the intercontinental situation when the CNN video happened, all right? Okay, so returning back to the line, can you finish describing the communication at 12:18 and 12:19 p.m.? At 12:18, Combs makes 2 calls to Ventura. Both are not answered. At 12:19 p.m., Combs makes another 2 calls to Ventura, and neither of those are answered. Zooming back and going below the line, can you describe the other communication at 12:19 p.m. below the line? Ventura makes a call to D-Rock. That call connects for 1 minute and 33 seconds. Going back to the top, can you read Mr. Combs' communication starting at 12:19 p.m.? I'm about to be arrested. And then what does he say at 12:21 p.m.? Thanks. And what happens after that? At 12:22 p.m., Combs makes a call to Ventura. That call is not answered. Zooming out of the side, can you please read the communication at 12:23 p.m. between Mr. Combs and Ventura? If you don't pick up, you'll never hear my voice again. Okay, Miss Johnson says, bring that down. And focusing on the call on the right-hand side, can you describe the calls between the calls both above and below the line? At 12:26 p.m., Combs makes a call to Ventura that is not answered. At 12:35 p.m., Combs makes a call to Ventura that is not answered. Okay, and then at 12:42 p.m., Cora makes a call to Ventura. That call is not answered. At 12:43 p.m., Combs makes a call to Ventura. That call is not answered. At 12:49, Combs makes a call to Ventura. That call is not answered. Okay. At 12:59, Combs makes a call to Ventura. That call is not answered. So a lot of calls are not answered. Okay. What is the date on slide 8? March 5th, 2016. What's the timing on slide 8? 1:04 p.m. to 2:34 p.m. And is this 1 hour and a half of the time on this slide? Yes. Okay. So starting at the way on the left, what does Mr. Combs message Ventura at 1:04 p.m.? I'm getting arrested. Okay. And can you describe the next series of phone calls? Oh man. All right. So let's go through these phone calls. At 1:05 p.m., Combs makes a call to Ventura that's not answered. 1:07, Combs makes a call to Ventura that is not answered. 1:25, Combs makes a call to Ventura that's not answered. 1:26, Combs makes a call to Ventura not answered. Okay. They're breaking all of this down. All right, turning to the bottom of the chart, starting with the communication at 1:09 p.m. What does Quorum message Mr. Moreau? What number is he in? Question mark. Is the number a number sign? Yes. Okay. Turning the communication between D-Rock and Miss Quorum at 2:08 p.m. What does D-Rock say to Miss Quorum? Is Puff at the house? Can you describe the phone call that are contained in the next box? At 2:18 p.m., Ventura calls D-Rock. That call connects for 1 second. At 2:19, Ventura makes a call to D-Rock. That call connects for 2 seconds. At 2:19 p.m., Ventura calls the Comstock. That call connects for 1 minute and 10 seconds. At 2:21 p.m., Ventura calls D-Rock. That call connects for 1 second. And also at 2:21 p.m., Ventura calls Coram. That call connects for 13 seconds. At 2:26 p.m., Ventura calls Coram. That call connects for 56 seconds. All right, so I got to skip through this, y'all. So they're breaking down the calls. This is what you call receipts and evidence, okay? This is what they're showing. They're showing us every charge, every call, everything that a lot of you guys have been asking. They're showing. Okay. I would say that they're showing, and they're showing extra too. So there's that. I'm gonna say, okay. Let's see. I'm in the car headed to you. Call me, please. Hold up. Bring that down. What does D-Rock say to Coram? I'm in the car headed to you. Call me, please. Okay. And what does Ventura message Coram at 2:30 p.m.? Rock says he's 15 away. And then what does she say next? This is crazy. He won't stop. Okay. Okay. Pull that down. All right. And zooming in on the next series of messages, what is Miss Ventura's next message to Miss Coram at 2:30 p.m.? Can you please tell him that the neighbors are about to call the police? How does Miss Coram respond at 2:30 p.m.? I got him. And what is the next message? We're going in the elevator. We are in the elevator going down. Okay. And what does Miss Ventura say to Coram? Thank you. What does D-Rock message Coram at 2:31 p.m.? Tell him he needs to get out of there before they call the police. He's not picking up. Okay. Take that down. Move to slide 9. All right. Slide 9. Okay. All right, let's see. D-Rock makes a call to Ventura. The call connects for 50 seconds. Okay. This is the communication. Directing your attention to the bubble. What does Coram message Miss Ventura? It's me calling now. He's at home. Pull that down. Can you describe the next 2 phone calls at 2:35 p.m.? Coram makes a call to Ventura. The call is not answered. And then Ventura makes a call to Coram. That call connects for 1 minute and 36 seconds. Okay. So I'm going to see if anything else stands out to me, because at this point, I'm going to go back and forth on this. Hold up. Can you describe the phone call starting at 2:38 p.m.? Agent says at 2:38 p.m., Ventura makes a call to Roach. That call lasts 5 minutes, and 5 seconds. Okay. At about 2:40 p.m., Coram makes a call to Ventura. That call is not answered. Okay. At about 2:41 p.m., Coram makes a call to Ventura that is not answered. Okay. Pull that down. What does Miss Coram message Miss Ventura at 2:41 p.m.? Sorry, urgent. Please call me back. Looking directly below that, can you describe the phone calls? Okay. Here we go. More phone calls. Okay. Pulling down. So this goes into the kidnapping part of the RICO. Okay. Think about the breakdown. The kidnapping part, it wasn't just Capricorn Clark. I believe there was also a portion for Cassie when she was trying to leave and she's trying to go and people are trying to pull her in. And here are the associates doing that. Okay. So there's that kind of goes hand in hand with that. All right. Let's keep going. She says, I got him. We're leaving. And what are Miss Ventura's responses to Coram at 2:50 p.m.? Thank you. Please take away whatever keys he thinks he has. What's the final message? What's the final response? He needs to sleep. Okay. All right. Let's see. Thank you. Let's see. And there's more information about Coram and Cassie. What does Miss Ventura tell Miss Coram at about 2:51 p.m.? Tell him that we FaceTime and it's bad, so he needs to chill. Okay. And can you describe the phone calls that occurred after that? Oh, man. Ventura makes a call to D-Rock. Okay. They connect. Roach makes a call to Cassie. They connect for 1 minute and 7 seconds. Okay. And what does Miss Coram tell D-Rock at 3 p.m.? Back to Mapleton. And what does Miss Ventura and what does she tell Miss Ventura at 3:01 p.m.? Will do. Okay. What does D-Rock message Miss Coram at 3:03 p.m.? I'm at Cass outside. Okay. Can you describe the communication? Combs makes 2 calls to Ventura and neither call is answered. All right. So we're in Mapleton. Let's see. Picking back up on the middle boxes below the line, what does Miss Coram message D-Rock at 3:05 p.m.? We are at Mapleton. What does D-Rock respond at 3:08 p.m.? Shit, I'm going to walk up. The Uber left. What does Miss Coram respond at 3:09 p.m.? We can come get you. Okay, pull that down. What are the next phone calls in the next box starting at 3:09 p.m.? Ventura calls D-Rock. That calls connects for 2 minutes and 13 seconds. Okay, here we go. And at about 3:27 p.m., what does Miss Cora message Ventura? Talk to him. He promised he won't go back over if he will just talk to him on the phone for 5 minutes. KK was messaging this to Cassie when Cassie was trying to get away from the situation. Okay. All right. So they're zooming into that. All right. So what does Miss Coram also say at 3:27 p.m. to Miss Ventura? Sorry, don't want to be in the middle. Just want him to go. Just don't want him to go back over there. So they were trying to get him to calm down. They were separating them. They didn't want him over there anymore. Over there, meaning at the place where she was staying at. This is crazy, man. All these messages that they were able to pull up from like what? Over 10 years ago, and they still have this? And this is evidence? This is crazy. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's see. What date is the 11th? We're going to keep going. All right. There's that was the Carrie Morgan incident. What does Miss Carrie Morgan say to Miss Coram at 4:28 p.m.? I'm sorry I missed your calls. I'm just so not used to this shit. What does Miss Carrie Morgan say to Christina Coram at 4:28 p.m.? Sorry I missed your calls. I'm just not used to this shit. Taking that down and going, okay, so they're pulling up more exhibits. Taking that down, what does Miss Ventura message Mr. Combs? Plugging my phone in and going to bed. You should do the same. Okay. Below that, can you describe the calls starting at 4:49 p.m.? Combs makes a call to Ventura. That call connects for 18 minutes and 1 second. Okay. Oh, man. So there it is. Okay. Then there's another call to Eli. Ventura makes a call to Eli. That call lasts 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Eli is another Diddy person. Okay. Oh, okay. I want to get to the direct. We're not even there yet, y'all. This is just breaking down what happened. What's the first message between Coram and Eli on the top left? I'm going to ask just cover the damages. What does Mr. Eli respond? He wants to speak to Spanish security guard. What does Miss Coram say on the top? Say that they had a fun drunk night to try and get more info. There she is. There's KK knowing what happened. There's KK covering for Diddy right there. Telling the tell the security guy that they had a fun night. They had a fun night. That's what this is about. They had a fun night. There you go. That's on the messages. What does Mr. Eli respond to that message? LOL. No, shoot. They aren't playing nice. In response to the hotel damages. Okay. That just shows you that there's a message right there. She's being told, hey, they're asking who's going to cover for the damages, or they're going over the damages of the hotel. Tell them they had a fun night. That's why those damages were there. You cannot make this ish up. Storm, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Thank you, love. Shout out to you. Hey, y'all, 7 months feels like years. I know, right? Feels like you've been here for a while. Shout out to you. Oh my God. Shit. That is insane crazy, guys. It is, but she's telling him, oh, they had a fun night. That's what you do. It is sick. All right, let me keep going, y'all. I'm trying to get to the defense. I feel like I've been trying, but there's like one thing after another that just stands out to me. Okay. And I'm highlighting some of this. More communication. Hold up. Let's go to the okay, here it is. Look at business card from the sergeant. This is what happened with Carrie Morgan. Okay, hold up. These are messages. Can you describe the communication below in the gray bar? It's like I have to stop because there's something more that we might have missed. At about 6:49, there's a call from D-Rock to Ventura where there's no answer. And there's also a call at 6:49 p.m. from D-Rock to Ventura that connects for 1 minute and 49 seconds. And at 6:55 p.m., can you read the messages that Miss Morgan sends to Miss Cora? That Miss Morgan sends to Miss Cora. I don't think anyone should call her. And what is the right of the message on that timeline? There's a business card from the Los Angeles Police Department sergeant. Is that the image of a business card sent in these communications between Miss Morgan and Miss Coram that you reviewed? Yes. Okay. Turning to the next series of boxes, what does Miss Coram say to Miss Morgan? Can I call you in a bit when I'm done? Okay, and how does Miss Morgan respond at 6:56 p.m.? She was looking for anyone to say the wrong thing so that she can call. She was looking for anyone to say the wrong thing so she can call domestic abuse. Wow. KK. So KK received what looks to be, she was aware that there was an officer, a business. And so KK's like, hey, let me call you back or something, right? She's texting her. What does Morgan say again at 6:56 p.m.? Of course. Okay. So there's more messages. What is Miss Morgan's final message to Miss Coram at 6:56 p.m.? Cass, just ask me to send you that. Okay. So Cassie asked her to send her the picture of the business card from the officer. Because remember, she was there and she was officer was there. She wasn't answering any questions. Cassie wasn't. So she wasn't able to file any charges back then. Damn. It's a little bit like we're not there in the court, but hearing them talk about the evidence that they have is a little bit different. It's a little bit different than hearing the witnesses speak on it because the receipts are different, right? Can you describe the communication in the box below starting at 7:02 p.m.? D-Rock makes a call to Ventura. Call connects for 25 seconds. Okay. Let's see. So there's more calls between them. All right. And then there's messages. All these messages between Miss Coram and Mr. Eli. Yes. What does Miss Coram message Mr. Eli at 9:55 p.m.? Did you get security's number? PD's asking. How does Mr. Eli respond? Wouldn't give it to me. What does Miss Coram say in response to 9:56 p.m.? What is Eddie's last name? There you go. This is the intercontinental situation right here. So this Eli person was involved in there too. Ooh, enter the chat. Another potential co-conspirator in this situation who I don't know will be named. Give me 1 second. I don't know where my gavel is. 1 sec, y'all. Another co-conspirator right there. Eli, Maru. I think it's Maru. Another co-conspirator is here. Okay. These were messages. They were trying to get Eddie My Angel's number. Remember? It's right there. What's Eddie's last name? She's asking. Hold up. One second, y'all. I'm getting messages. Okay. All right. Sorry, y'all. I was getting messages. All right, so they're pulling it down. Period, associated, starting with the first two images on the top left. What is the source? A device is owned by Casa Ventura. Can you pull that now? Okay. How does D-Rock respond to Mr. Combs? So there's a message between Diddy and D-Rock, okay? And Diddy, I guess, message, what does Mr. Combs say to D-Rock at 9:32 a.m.? How is she? And then D-Rock responds, she's good. She's eating breakfast. Her face don't look bad. She good. Call her. She's smiling and laughing with yum. D-Rock. So this was after the event where she was all bruised up in her face. D-Rock's like, don't worry about it, man. She's good. Don't worry about it. She's laughing. She's having breakfast. She's good. Sean is asking, how is she doing? Okay. How's she doing? What does D-Rock's final message say at 9:37 a.m.? Or call the house. Okay. Damn. So D-Rock, I mean, that's Diddy's guy. Okay. That's Diddy's guy. All right, let's keep going. Let's see. Here we go. Turning on to the messages below the line from Mr. Nash to Ventura. What does Mr. Nash say to Ventura at 10:58 p.m.? Hey, what time can you fit today? Arthur is available until 2 p.m. And they pulled that. All right, Miss Ventura responds, hey, can we come to can he come to Rock in April's? We'll finish with that next few messages before to the next line. Okay. How does Mr. Nash respond at 11:20 a.m.? Address? What does Miss Ventura say? Hit Rock. What does Mr. Nash respond? Cool. He said a 3-4. Okay. So they're referencing here. Now they're jumping over to Eddie Garcia. Eddie, my angel. Okay. Pulling down and zooming in. Can you make sure to include at least one at 11:18 a.m., please? Thank you. What phone call occurred at 11:18 a.m.? Combs makes a call to Eddie Garcia. The call connects for 7 seconds and goes to voicemail. When it says VM, is that referring to voicemail? Yes. Okay. Moving to the next series of communications. Can you describe the phone call? Okay. Combs makes a call to Ventura at 11:38 p.m. The call connects 44 seconds. Combs then calls Eddie Garcia at 11:40 a.m. The call connects for 4 seconds and goes to voicemail. At 11:50, Eddie makes a call to Combs. That call connects for 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Okay, so they're detailing the communication and the connection with Eddie Garcia and Diddy. Okay. All right. There's another call. Hold up. Going to the final box on the bottom, what does the box show? Cora makes a call to Eddie Garcia at 11:43 a.m. The call connects for 4 seconds and goes to voicemail. See, there's KK right there making calls for Diddy. Where does Miss Coram calls to Eddie Garcia at 11:43 fit in the relative to the calls that were just described above the gray bar? Okay, so they're zooming back out. It goes after the call from Combs to Eddie that goes to voicemail at 11:40 a.m. Is it prior to Eddie Garcia calling Mr. Combs at 11:50? Yes. Okay, they're moving into the slide. And what are the associated times with the slide? 3:19 p.m. to 10:55 p.m. Is this about 8 hours of time roughly? Yes. Okay, starting first with the messages on the left. What does Miss Coram message Miss Ventura at 3:19 p.m.? Arthur's here. Should I bring him up? Okay. What does Miss Ventura respond to Miss Coram? Sure. Can you have Derek bring him? Okay. So they're zooming in. And what source, if you know, had the photographs? The device owned by Cassie Ventura. Okay. So that while that's happening, there's a call that's made to Combs to Eddie Garcia. The call connects for 5 minutes and 23 seconds. Okay. So there's that. And then let me keep going. I'm just skimming through this. At 10:54 p.m., Combs makes a call to Eddie Garcia. The call connects for 4 seconds and goes to voicemail. And at 10:55 p.m., a call is made from Combs to Eddie Garcia. The call connects for 53 seconds. Can we please go to slide 15? What day is slide 15. March 7, 2016. So is this the following day? Yes. Okay. And what's the time period of slide 15? 7:29 a.m. to 10:09 a.m. Starting with the green messages on the left, can you read those messages between Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura starting at 7:29 a.m.? Combs message Ventura, hey Cass, Tiger and I are at your place. Is it Combs or Combs? And Rush is on the way. Ventura responds to Cobb. I think it's Cobb. Okay. Can you come scoop me from Puff? Yes. Okay. So more information. All right. We got to get through these. I got to go to the defense. This is taking too long. So this is just giving you guys an idea of the communication between all of them. Okay. But listen, we on page 75 and they're still breaking down who calls what. Look, Eddie Garcia calls Diddy. There's a call from Combs to Eddie Garcia. No answer. They're like, you cannot say, well, where are the receipts? The receipts are right there. They show them in court. Okay. Eddie, my angel, the one with the tape. Okay. Damn. All right. I got to drink some water. Okay. Who's driver? Okay. Look at this they have the exhibit of the driver's license. Look, Eddie Garcia. They took a picture. Remember that was sent on the stand too, that he took a picture. Okay, can you return to 1550, please? Miss Foster, take that down. Going forward to the phone call. All right. So Ventura makes a call to D-Rock. All of this is playing out the same way. What does this Ventura message to Miss Morgan? Okay, so we have this whole thing. She says, I should have sued, LOL. What does Miss Morgan respond? Totally. Okay. We got to keep going because we're going to be here all day. Okay, putting that down. There's pictures. These are just exhibits of calls. All of the allegations that the government is bringing is all there. They were on the phone all day, Annie. That's what it looks like. Combs makes a call to Eddie Garcia. That call connects for 5 seconds. Okay. This is how much they were brushing through the evidence yesterday. Okay. Thank you. No further. Okay, we'll break for this. 15 minutes. Damn. All right. Let's have Agent Penland back. Okay, here it is. Here we go. We are at cross. Finally. Oh man. Okay, good timing. All right. Whew. Here we go. Garagos is doing the cross. You've been employed with the U.S. Attorney's Office for approximately 10 years, right? Yes. During that entire time, have you been a special agent? I have. Tell us how the duties of a special agent compare to the duties of a paralegal specialist. So special agent is actually doing the investigation of a case. We are out, actively in the field conducting search warrants, serving subpoenas, whereas the paralegal is more taking care of like the paperwork within the office, helping us prepare subpoenas or prepare documents that need to be filed or whatever. Okay. So you analyze data as part of your duties as a special agent and investigate federal crimes, right? I do. It's important as a special agent to have the information that you present be completely accurate, right? Yes. Okay. Because you're representing the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. I am. And you need to make sure that your investigation or the data that you present is completely accurate. Correct. All right. So you work for the Southern District of New York, and that's the office that's prosecuting Mr. Combs, right? Yes. All right. And so you did not perform any duties and connections with this investigation, aside from what your testimony is here, right? Correct. You were not essentially part of the trial team leading to the investigation. I was not. And so your job was not to review the charts that we looked at yesterday and today. Yes. And to review them for accuracy, right? Correct. And you wanted to make sure as a special agent that the data contained within these charts is completely accurate. Yes. And so and so you made multiple revisions to all of these charts that we've looked at, right? Yes. And so you had to double check and review the evidence to ensure that these charts were accurate? Yes. With respects to these charts, you testified yesterday that you or the trial team prepared the charts initially, right? That's correct. And that the trial team had a role in selecting the exhibits that were used in the charts. Yes. And you stated that the source material for these charts were quite voluminous, hundreds of pages, maybe thousands of pages. Yes. And so you had to comb through all of that in order to prepare these charts and confirm them for accuracy, right? Correct. Okay. So government exhibits are pulled. So this is one of the charts you prepared. It's 23 pages, right? It is. And the name, in the names on the column in this chart, you list Sean Combs at least on the first page, Sean Combs and Cassandra Ventura on all three of those entries, right? That's correct. If we could go to the next page, you listed Sean Combs and Cassandra Ventura as two of the names in all three of these entries on page 2, right? Yes. Could we scroll up ahead to page 18? Do you see items 52 there at the top? Yes. Or row 52? Okay. We look at this as direct earlier this morning. Do you recall that? I do. And it's lists Sean Combs here. It does not list Cassandra Ventura, right? Correct. We landed on the El Matraj Hotel, and you wrote in this chart 950 for linen damage, deep cleaning, correct? Correct. And you did not list anybody other than Sean Combs on this chart, right? Correct. And if you could go to the source info, there's a source government exhibit underneath. Could you explain what that source exhibit number is under Sean Combs' name? Can you pull it up for me? Of course. Hold up. I'm going to go right to her questioning. Is this a chat between KK's main phone and Eli Moreau? That's correct. Did you review this? I did. We can go to page 3. Actually, I'm sorry. Is the green Miss Quorum? Correct. And she says they are both out. Room is checking out now, right? Yes. And Eli says, okay, I'm here, right? Yes. So is this a message between Eli and Miss Quorum, but not Mr. Combs and anybody else, right? That's correct. And it indicates that that they are both out, but it doesn't indicate who, right? That is correct. Doesn't indicate Sean Combs, right? It does not say his name, no. And it doesn't indicate Cassandra Ventura, correct. So if we could go back to 1402 page, perfect, page 18. Did you make any attempt to locate messages between Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura on this date? I did not. Are you aware that Miss Ventura is in South Africa on December 8th, 2015? I'm not. Did you review anything to see where she was on this date? No. If I show you something, will it help refresh your recollection as to where she was on that date? Objection. Objection from objection from the government. Court says that's sustained. Did you do any investigation to see who, if anybody, Sean Combs was with on December 8th of 2015? I did not conduct an investigation on this case, but you conducted a review of underlying records for this chart, right? Correct. The records that are in evidence. Okay. So you wrote here, Sean Combs, right? Correct. And you listed below that a source document, which we just looked at, right? Yes. And it says they're both out now, right? Correct. So did you do any investigation at that point just to review the accuracy of this document to see who they was at or where Sean Combs was on December 8th of 2015? No, I think if you go further in the chart, it's talking a little more about it. And that's why his name is in there. But Cassandra's name is not Cassandra's name is not here under names. And you put Cassandra's name on several of the other rows in this chart, right? Correct. Because you look at the charts between her and these specific dates, right? There was a variety of records I would have looked at. So, did you ask at any point to look at any records of where Miss Ventura was on December 8th of 2015? No. Okay. But you needed to look into the accuracy of these charts. Yes. Her name is not under names. Okay. Hold up. She says, yes, her name is not under names. Okay. And so the only person that you think that was there on this date, December 8th, 2015 to December 9th, 2015, is Sean Combs. No, it's clear someone is there. We don't know who it is. That's why we don't see another name. And you didn't look to see who else was there. Objection from Johnson. Court says that's overruled. You can answer. No, I did not. But you're a special agent employed for 10 years at the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney's Office, right? Objection. Court says, well, as to that question, the objection is overruled. Hold up, I'm having a moment. Lord have mercy, the petty, to translate the petty into this, it's like a lot. I need some drink. Hold up. Oh my God. Let me look at my phone. This is crazy. The pettiness, you guys, the pettiness. It's too. Hi, Dios mío. Oh shit. Hold up. I have an update. Hold up. Oh, okay. Nothing. It's just an update on something else. Sorry. You cannot make this up. Okay, we're gonna keep reading. Hold up. Give me 1 minute. I know, right? It's intense. The petty on this. It's just to translate it. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Yeah, I know. Ay, Dios mío. I swear. All right, let's keep going. I suppose she can answer. Okay. You've been employed as a special agent at the U.S. Attorney's Office for 10 years, right? I have. So it is important for you to accurately present data, right? Correct. Okay. And so when you saw an underlining message that said they both left the room, did you ask yourself who is the other person in the room? There's so many times in this chart where there are other individuals that are possibly in the room, but if I did have the evidence, their name is not in this chart. As a special agent, you know how to look for evidence, right? Objection. Government objects. Okay, court says that's sustained. As a special agent, you know how to review data, correct? I do. And you know that there are often times when you know that there was many chats that came from Miss Ventura's devices in this case, right? Objection. Johnson. Court says it's overruled. Lord have mercy. I was able to review what I was provided by the trial team. Okay, but you did not conduct any further investigation to see who the other individual was. That was not my role. Your role was to make sure that these charts are accurate. We're accurate, right? That's correct. And that's that. It says here names on the top of this, right? Yes. Okay. So you want to make sure you accurately present the names under where it says names, right? It does not have the name of every potential person that was in this gathering. This line, row 52, does not have the name of every potential person. Correct. So when you write names on the top of Sean Combs there right underneath it, you then did not do anything further to see who else could have possibly been there. Correct? Correct. Okay. All right. If we could please go to page number 2, please. Do we see row 4? Here is April 7th. It begins April 7th, 2010 to April 9th of 2010. Yes. Then the next entry after that is over 2 years later, right? Yes. Okay. Is it June 29th, 2012? Yes. And you were provided, or did you review any records related to any incident if they existed on December 22nd of 2011? I'm not sure. You didn't add anything here on this chart from December 22nd of 2011, right? No. There's no flight information from 2011, right? On this chart? No. There's no text messages related to December 22nd of 2011, right? Not cited on this chart. Okay. If we could, move, excuse me, if we could go to, let's pull up 3A-106. We looked at this earlier this morning. This was, you testified, a message between someone who appears under the name of Jules, right? Correct. And this device owner, who you believe you testified pursuant to the stipulation, is Cassandra Ventura, right? Yes. And here, the date here, that's where that we're looking at is between August 26th of 2009 to August 28th of 2009, right? Yes. And the very last messages from Jules at the bottom says, "Thanks again and happy B-Day," right? Yes. Okay. And that's August 28th of 2009, right? Correct. Could we please go to page 17 of 1402? All right. Do you see rows 50 to 51 here? And if you look at row 50, that's May 30th, 2015 to May 31st, 2015, right? Yes. Then it's jump ahead, and then next row is October 5th of 2015 to October 6th, 2015. Yes. Okay. So they're just kind of going through this. I'm going to try to get to the questions. She's asked, did you review any records from August 26th of 2015 to August 28th of 2016? I mean, 15. I don't know. You did not include anything here related to August 26th to August 28th of 2015, right? No. There's no flight records or hotel records for those days. Not cited in this chart. No. There's no text messages cited in this chart from those days, right? Correct. Can we please go to pages, the end of page 21 to the top of page 22 of this? You look at row 65. What are the dates listed there? December 17, 2016 to December 19 of 2016. What are the dates on row 66? February 14, 2017. And there's no hotel record for New Year's Eve, which would be December 31st of 2016 to January 1st of 2017 listed in this chart, right? Correct. There's no text messages between Miss Ventura and Mr. Combs for those dates. Correct. And there's no text messages from Miss Ventura to anyone else on those dates, right? Not cited in the chart. Okay. All right, let me stop right here. So Gara goes, I don't know if you guys can pick up what she's dropping. She's literally pointing out inconsistencies in the reporting of the charts. So what do you guys think of that? What do you guys think of that? Now, one of the things that we pointed out yesterday when we were talking about these charts and the things that Gara was saying is, well, why didn't the defense bring their own charts? I guess. I don't know, I have a lot of questions about this, but she's, doing what she's supposed to do. That's what she's a defense attorney. She's going to defend her client, Just saying. Let me know what you guys think. Sylvia says, for Petty Jar, good morning. Please hit the like button and show some appreciation. Oh my God. Thank you. Yeah. If we can get to 1,000 likes, I would really appreciate it. Please and thank you. Yeah. She's doing her job. She's being a defense attorney. The lady's doing her job. She's poking holes in the chart, which you can't, she got to do what she got to do, but thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, everybody who has supported so far. Now, hold up. Let me see. Thank you so much also for somebody sent me a PayPal and I can't really read it right now. Give me one sec. I don't want to miss it. Thank you. Thank you for the PayPal. I got it. Thank you for your incredible work, Rabbit. Thank you. I think it's Bodil. Thank you so much if you're here. Thank you. All right. Sorry, my throat is going in and out. I'm gonna try to fly through this as best as I can. Okay. So that's at the end of June. Still going. So there were areas that she didn't review. Did you review anything from here? These are just questions that are going everything methodically, right? That the government has thrown. Okay. Let me see if like she's saying in some parts you didn't include Sean in this, then you didn't include Cassie in this. So this is just giving you guys an idea of what's being included, okay? I'm kind of skipping through some of this. If we could go pull up another exhibit, this you understand BG new pen to be associated with Miss Ventura, right? Yes. Right? Yes. And Mr. And Puffy to be associated with Mr. Combs. Yes. And here at the bottom, August 5th, 2009, Mr. Combs says, "When do you want to freak off? LOL." Do you see that? Yes. And then what does Miss Ventura respond to? What does Miss Ventura respond with on August 5th? Right up there. Do you want me to read that? Yes. If you could read that. Okay. So Agent is reading the messages. LOL. I'm going up to change and put my ring in. I just pick it up. I'm always ready to freak off. LOL, LOL. And he responded, "You tell me the day you choose." And what does she say? It can be whatever. So he's making her read messages that, yeah, like Cassie, like, and we said this yesterday. There were times where Cassie consented to some of this. Keyword consented. And so here she's talking about a message that was not included in the chart that they're reading out, if you know what I mean. But yes. See through you. Thank you so much for the cash app. I appreciate you, my love. Thank you. Hold up. I gotta quiet these notifications because I don't want to get too distracted. Thank you, love. So it gives you guys an idea. The name, what does that say? I feel like the weekend, like a Friday night, would be best because we'd want to recover for the work week, right? This upcoming week, the 8th, is the only one I have until the 28th. Okay. Side by side, can we put Defense Exhibit 1162 already in evidence? Okay. All right. And here, this message on the right, Defense Exhibit 1162, that's not included in your chart, right? It is not. And that's from the day of the first entry, which is August 7th, 2009. Do you see that? Yes. And here, Ms. Ventura writes, "I can't wait to stare at some big black bloop, 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 bloop." It's in writing. Do you see that? I do. Oh my God. We talked about this yesterday. Okay. And he says, "I can't wait to watch you. I want you to get real hot, right?" Yes. And she says, "Me too. I just want it to be uncontrollably." Right? Yes. Sorry, y'all. I needed a moment. I have to be careful what I read. I'm not trying to get blocked and censored and stuff like that. Sorry, my bad. Okay. I got my grape soda here too. All right. And that was not included in your chart. It was not. So the big black bleep, 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 bleep was not included in the chart. And that's what they're talking about. All right. Okay. Could you please replace the exhibit? So exhibits are being replaced. All right. Is this another message from August 7th of 2009? Yes. Okay. It's already in evidence. Did you include this in your chart? No. Could you please pull up 1165? Already in evidence? Okay. All right. And these again messages between Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura? Yes. And is this 2 days after the one that we just looked at? Right. The first one, from the very first one. Okay. They're just verified messages. Okay. And here Mr. Combs writes to Ms. Ventura, "What are you thinking about? What you thinking about, right?" Yes. And she responds to him, "I'm thinking about licking blah 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 the volleyballs to the heads and something in the mouth and something in the choking. Okay. Yes. Oh my God. Did you really read this up on the court? Oh Lord have mercy. I have to yeah, okay. Let's keep going. And then he says, I can't wait. That's why I want to see. Right? Yes. And she says, I can't wait either. Right? Yes. Okay. And if we can go and pull up 1167 already in evidence, is this a message again from Mr. Combs to Casa Ventura on the same day? Yes. And this again was not included in your chart. They're reading messages that are not included in the charts. Listen, I try. Okay. All right. Hold up. Baby Bunny, I could hear her. This again, not included in your message, in your chart. No. Here, Mr. Combs writes to Miss Ventura, I am so corny, I can't concentrate, right? Yes. And she responds, so what do you want to do? I'm just going to Dwayne Reed's to grab some candles and then going back to pack us a bag, right? Then she says several other sentences, right? Yes. Okay. So they're looking at the messages. All right. If we can go back, I don't think we looked at this one. I'm like, I don't even want to see anymore. Okay, if you look right here, it's because device owner from this message was associated with a phone belonging to Sean Combs. Yes. So if you could just go to page 5, please. I don't believe we look at this message. If you can look at the message in the middle, Jules writes to Mr. Combs, I just need to be back by 12 noon Friday. I need a little more rest than an hour. Is that okay? I haven't slept in almost 2 days and you guys are like rabbits. LOL. Do you see that? This is when the rabbit part was mentioned. So Jules is the S worker. The S worker is telling Diddy, "Hey, I need some rest. You guys are like rabbits. We need a day off for rest." And the rabbit enters the chat. Sorry, I had somebody in my door. Okay. Let's see. What does Mr. Combs respond to you? LOL. Okay, hit me up when you wake. Sorry, bro, no stress. You let me know. All right. If you could take that down, please. I think you testified, but I just wanted to make sure I had the testimony right. There's several locations and the hotel addresses here on page 1 that list the London Hotel in New York, right? Yes. But you didn't have the underlining record from the London Hotel itself, right? Correct. So you reviewed any records related to the London Hotel, right? That you had been given, but theirs was just none from 2009. I was not given any records from the London Hotel for these time periods. Okay. So she wasn't given any, like what? So then I wonder, what was the trial team given? But the trial team is responsible for setting up for the prosecution. That's what it sounds like. So Teeny Garagos is coming in here and saying, you didn't include this in your chart. You didn't include this about the choking and the pull my hair and all the, whatever. I don't think she said that, but I'm just putting in stuff in there. You didn't include this. So Teeny Garagos is kind of putting this out here and setting the tone of like, your chart is very biased. That's what the Teeny Garagos is trying to do here, in my opinion. Yeah, like it's a lot of cherry picking stuff, but it's a chart. Okay, it's a chart. All right. I will say this though. Teeny Garagos might be putting in messages, but you're still not addressing the RICO part. You're still not addressing the spending all this money. You're still not addressing the prostitutes. Maybe she will at some point. She's still not addressing that part because it's lacking there. Okay, the prostitutes part. Okay, the flying them in, the spending over $46,000 on a penthouse for damages for prostitutes. that's not being addressed yet. Okay, so she might be putting in, stuff here about consent, and Cassie wanted to do it, but ma'am, why aren't you addressing what the actual charges are about? That's where I'm like, I'm not misled, even though she's really good at what she's doing. Address the charges, okay? That's what this is. Anyways, let's keep going, okay? I just feel like, I don't know if the jury sees that, but that's kind of where I'm like, but you're not really addressing the other stuff. But all right. Okay. So there's no records of the excuse me, London hotel. Let's see. There were other time periods, but not 2009, correct? Okay. So I wanted to make sure I understood. Could we please go to the next page? They're still reviewing stuff. All right. These are entries in 2009. And then now we've jumped ahead to 2010. Yes. If we look at, there's several exhibits listed under Sean Combs and Cassandra Ventura. Could we pull up Defense Exhibit 1360? All right. This is a communication on April 4th, 2010. Do you see that? Yes. And this is just a few days before April 7th entry. Yes. This is not included in your chart. It is not. And at the bottom, you can see that Pop. Enter the chat. Pop. If you know, you know. Writes to Cassandra Ventura. I love you so much. It consumes my life. How did this happen? Do you see that? Yes. And she responded, I don't know. I wonder the same thing for myself all the time. Like, who was I before we decided to be together? Right? Yes. It's kind of sad to see that. Okay, Garrigo says, okay, and if we could pull up 3A-114, please. This is if you look at your chart that's in front of you. This is a communication that's listed under Cassandra Ventura. Do you see that? Yes. So this was a device owner here, says Cassandra Ventura, right? Yes. Okay. So more messages. This is a communication between her and Jules. Yes. And he says, great seeing you again, sexy, on April 8th of 2010, right? Yes. And then the next day on April 9, 2010, he says, I'm at your door, right? Yes. Okay, if we can go back to 1402, please, right? And we can discuss just a little bit ago that there's no entries in the rest of 2010 of all the 2011, right? Correct. And then we get to the middle of 2012 and we're in June 29th of 2012. Do you see that on row 5? Yes. Okay, so they're going through exhibits. All right, Miss Garagos says, I'm sorry, okay. Let me see. Do you see the message between Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura? Yes. And on the bottom line is July 13th of 2012. Miss Ventura writes, I just woke up. I miss you. Sad face. Do you see that? Yes. And if we could, this was not part of this defense exhibit, was not part of your chart, right? Correct. Okay. If we can go back to 1402. If you look under Ventura, Casa Ventura and Sean Combs, you don't cite to government exhibit B-326 here, right? You cite for Cassandra Ventura. You cite to B-339 and B-340. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. So they're bringing up more communication between them. Is this a communication between Miss Ventura and Garen from CB4A, Cowboys for Angels? Yes, we look at several communications between Miss Ventura and Miss Garen CB4A on direct, right? Yes. And here, there's a listed date of July 13, 2012. Yes. Okay. So she's got communication here where Cassie is contacting the S worker. If you see, if you look, she says, hey, hit me up when you can. He said, missed the last time, right? Do you see that? Yes. Okay. All right. And then what does she say? Or what's her last message? Vin was telling us about some good swing clubs in Las Vegas. Okay. Look at this. She brings in Cassie messaging and saying, Vin telling us about some good swing clubs in Vegas, but we never got the names or addresses. Okay. So again, more messages. Teeny Garagos continues. All right, this is the same date, right? Yes. And she says, not to be paranoid, but we know you guys are, excuse me, shooting the show out there. We just want to keep everything super discreet still. Please don't be offended by this message. Smiley face, right? Yes. Okay. Then TD Garrigo says, he said, I'm always concerned with you guys. I tell the guys you are very private people and to never ask any questions. We actually wrapped the show about a month ago, so no filming. And the cameras don't just follow guys around. Everything filmed is completely staged and planned. It's reality TV, so very, of course, it's not all fake, LOL. Right. Yes. He says, I'm very strict with the men for many of my private clients. Thank you. Oh, man. Okay. Let's see. So this is somebody named Vin who she was messaging. If we can go to B-339 at page 8, which is a message that you listed under Sean Combs. This is right. A message you listed because it was between Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura, right? Yes. This is a day or UTC time of June 14, 2012, right? Correct. If you look at the middle of the page, Miss Ventura writes, I'm corny and bored. I tipped the cleaning ladies. Hope you don't mind. Do you see that at 11:45 UTC time? Yes. Okay, 15 minutes later, she says, hello, I need your bloop, 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 bloop. Dying. I feel like I'm trapped. He says, on my way back, call me, right? Yes. And then he also cites, you also cite B-340, if you could look at that. Okay, so they're looking at more messages. All right, this is UTC time on July 16, 2012, right? Yes. She says, I feel okay, just a little achy and tired. How are you feeling? He says, I feel good. Miss you, though. Shake it off and smile all day. I had a great time with you this weekend. Thank you. And what does she respond? Me too. I love you and I miss you. Okay. So they're going back to messages. Again, these are messages that are not in the chart. TD Garrigos is bringing up. You guys let me know what you think in the comments. This is a lot. This is a lot. Okay. You know what, Annie? I was thinking about this too. I was like, is this pertaining to that reality TV show? You said the sledgehammer. Yeah, I could have said sledgehammer, but I did not. I'm glad I'm not a court recorder for Rabbit. Yeah, you imagine having to type this shit up? Like all the people that are typing in on this transcripts are like, oh, she said sledgehammer. DIC. Da, 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 da. You seen that interview on Tasha K? Oh my God. Hey, can you guys get us to 1,000 likes, please? And thank you. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, okay? Let's see. Let's keep going. I'm laughing because you guys are making me laugh. Objection, interjection, objection, interjection, conjecture. She meant I could have said Tootsie Roll, right, Chef? I could have said Tootsie Roll instead of singing, but damn, it's like too much. All right, let's keep going, okay? So now they're reviewing more messages. Under Cassie Ventura, you don't list Sean Combs under the names columns, right? Correct. So there was no messages that you could find between the two of them on this date. I did not have any in my possession. No, you had just the ones from Miss Ventura's devices. Correct. Okay. I'll just pull up an example. The first one under Miss Ventura is B-229, right? Yes. So that's between Miss Ventura and Islander LA, right? Yes. And he says, I'm sorry. I feel bad I got drunk. I'm embarrassed. If there is a next time, I won't drink. Sorry, one love. I won't drink. Right? Yes. Okay. So they're reviewing messages. So Cassie's communicating with the S workers, and that's being displayed. Okay. Okay. Let me see if I can keep going. What else do they have? on the next page. And then she sends him a message to where the location, where's the address? She says, "Are you available now?" and gives an address, right? Yes. And at the bottom, the last text says, "I'm sorry to rush you, but I have a flight to catch very soon. So try to head to me as soon as you can. You're more than welcome to shower here," right? Yes. Okay, let's go back. If we can go to 1402, we can go to the next page and move on to page 4. Page 4, row number 9, you list different than the last chat. You list Sean Combs and you list Cassie Ventura there, right? Yes. Okay. So the way she's organizing this chart, let me see what else we have here. Let's see. And he asks halfway down the page, what you want to do tonight. Do you see? Yes. And what is her response? I don't know. What are the options? Am I meeting you in the Hamptons or will it be in the city? In the city. Whatever your heart desires. Do you see that? Yes. And this is the same date that we just looked at. It's June 29, 2012. That's the UTC time being sent around 6:40 p.m., right? Yes. Okay, if we can go to the next page, what does that say? Well, I'm kind of late. We can just go out to bed. You probably be tired. What does she say? I doubt that. I'm a GNA, sleep on the plane. LOL. Okay, go to the next message. What you want to do, woman? And no, I'm not asking you to FO. Oh, see? I want to know what you want to do. Get some eat, smoke, and take a walk. So defense is showing a message of when Diddy didn't actually, out of the time that they were together, when he didn't actually want to do an FO, right here. And no, I'm not asking you to FO. I want to know what you want to do. Get something to eat, smoke, take a walk. Okay. Okay. And these are several messages between the two of them here. Yes. And this is over about the next hour. We look at messages. So they're looking at more messages. Yes. Okay. So there was more messages. The one time he didn't want to do an FO. Okay. There you go. There you go. We can go home now, right? All right. Let's keep. I know, right? Womp, womp, womp. The one time we can go home. Okay. And then if you look at the page on the right, page 6, Miss Ventura writes, "Let's go and have some carefree fun. Don't tell her I'm coming. I want to surprise her if we go. I'll go get the Valley Val. And when Greg comes to get me, I really need to go pack. Here comes in one. And he and I haven't even started packing yet, right? Yes." And on the bottom, he writes, "When are you on your period? Do you see that?" Yes. Garrett goes and says, "Let's go to the next pages, please." He writes, "And what's carefree fun?" And what does she say? "I'm skipping it, just taking it as it comes." Okay. Can we go to the next 2 pages? All right. Yeah. Okay. And do you see at the top, he writes, "One of my favorite times is when we FO and then we make love after. I also like it when we make love before and then Jules was in the next room. And then he came in and I blindfolded you. Do you see that?" Yes. That wasn't included in the chart. Teeny Garagos has to make sure that that's in the chart. Okay. So people are aware. What's her response? "Yeah, I like those times. I love it when we make love after. The last time was good when we were at my place. I came so hard for so long." Okay. Hopefully the YouTube doesn't correlate that with something else. Okay. And this is educational content, by the way, YouTube. All right. So we'll take that down. Okay, there's more exhibits. So they're looking at another date. And I think you said that if you look at the same name, Sean and Cassandra Combs, the 4A series, you said referred to American Express statements, I think. That's right. Okay. So you didn't see any messages between Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura from this date. Correct. Did you look for messages from them either the day before or the day of? I don't have access to all her messages, says the agent. but you didn't review any messages between them. Did you ask if you could see, if you could have all the messages between them? I was only provided certain messages. But as a special agent, when you need to review the accuracy of the charts, do you ask objection? By Johnson. Okay. Court says, complete the question. I understand there's an objection. Let's hear what the question is. Teeny Garagos continues. As a special agent, when you review accuracy of charts and you don't find complete messages, do you ask for complete messages? Objection from the government. Court says that's overruled. My job wasn't to add additional items into the chart. It was to verify that the times in the charts were correct. And so that's what I was doing. Did you view it as correct that there were no messages between Mr. Combs and Ms. Ventura around the time of August 17th of 2012? Objection. Oh, man. Court says overruled. All right. The agent answers. This chart doesn't indicate that there were or were not mentions between Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs during these times. This chart indicates that based on the evidence that is cited in the chart, this individual was at this gathering at this particular time and location. You believe that shows, Teeny Garrigo says, you believe that shows that there were all these individuals at this gathering. You don't actually know. That's just what the underlying records are put together to show, right? Only in several instances do we know for sure. Correct. Okay. And then if we go to the next page, please. Okay, so they're going through more pages. Here we go. If we look at row 13, it shows Sean Combs and Cassandra Ventura. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. Under Sean Combs, it cites to the government exhibit B-349. So we could bring that up. Could we look at the next page? If we could look at that, this is a message from Mr. Combs to Miss Ventura. Yes. He says, what you want to do tonight, right? Yes. Okay. So there's more that they're looking at. She responded with the selfie. Did you see that right? Before? Yes. And her very next message is a screenshot. Do you see that? Yes. Do you see that the name of the profile for the screenshot is Keith CB4A? Yes. And the green, tells me, this indicates to you that the green in the screenshot is the owner of the device and the gray is Keith CB4A. Yes. Okay. And so on September 9th of on September 9th at 3:13, Keith says for the Cowboys for Angels, you guys in town, do you see that? Yes. And the next message is Mr. Combs to her saying, I said, I love you, woman. Do you see that? Yes. And she says, I love you. And he responded with, what you want to do tonight, babe? Right? Yes. And she says, I want to make love and drink wine and eat cheese and crackers and talk and make love and show you how much I love you. And he says, whatever makes my love happy. Why did you show me the Keith thing? Wink face. LOL, right? Yes. Okay. Listen, pump your brakes. This is what Teeny's doing. Diddy's messaging her, she's messaging him, and she randomly sends a picture of an S worker by the name of Keith from Cowboys for Angels. So she's sending a selfie or a photo of this Keith person. And then he's like, well, why are you? He says, whatever makes you my love happy. Why did you show me the Keith thing? Winky face, LOL, right? Yes. So she's also sending him, like, this is what they're showing is that in times, Cassie was sending these messages and pictures of other S workers, sometimes not even being asked to do so. She was doing it. Okay. So again, This is what Tini Garagos is going at. Like, you're not showing this on your chart. This is where she willfully wanted to do this. This is what she wanted to do. You know, just giving you guys an idea of what she's doing. If you guys are picking up what she's putting down, okay? Y'all, shout out to everybody. Okay. And she writes, because I never show you when they hit me. And we were talking about the FO yeast. No real reason. I just want to be with you. Is that right? She said FO yeast? Yeast? So she writes this on the message. Because I never show you when they hit me. The workers are contacting Cassie. And she's telling Diddy, I never tell you when they're, hit me. And we were talking about the FO yeast. No real reason. I just want to be with you. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Queen. Like, she's showing them what she's showing him what she's receiving. Okay. And he says, so you trying to FO tonight? This is what Diddy says. So you trying to FO tonight? And she says, no, I mean, we can, LOL. I have that, Maccabi session, Tom, today. I was just showing you. And he responded, it's whatever you want to do, right? Yes. Okay. So they take that exhibit down. It's an exhibit that's being shown. So more exhibits. Okay, the next is that's 2 weeks later, approximately 12 days later. Okay. As in yesterday. Gotcha. I was like, yes, as in yesterday. Gotcha. So when he says as of yesterday, you're right. Impress Infinite. Thank you so much. See, I know I got some people in the chat that can help me decode some of this. Thank you. All right. So they're bringing up more. Hold up. Okay. Says, do you see that he writes on UT time, September 23rd, 2012. Want to freak off one last time tonight? And she says, what? With how many question marks? Yes. And he said, you can't read? And she responds, I don't want to freak off for a last time. I want it to be the first time for the rest of our lives, right? Yes. And then you see more photos of her here on the right-hand side. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. We can get those down. All right. So they're moving exhibits. And that's also not in the chart. Okay. I'm just kind of skimming through to see what they said. All right. Can we pull up more? And they're doing this side by side now. Let's go and have a sexy night, right? Yes. And he says, whatever you want, I'm down. What does she say? Should I ask around where is fun tonight? And he says, hit me up when you're ready, right? Yes. And then if you look at page 3 on the bottom of the right-hand side, that's October 7, 2012, UTC time. She says, in car calling the hotel on my way to Hustlers. Need me to get candles. The other ones are almost done and not many, right? Yes. And if we could go back, because they're going back to the chart and looking at dates. So it's like basically the defense is creating a chart that the prosecution has already created, right? So they're kind of filling in the blanks that they see fit in this chart, okay? All right. I'm kind of going through because they're just confirming exhibits, okay? Let's see. Let's see. I want to go to the narrative. Let's see. If you could look at the message on the bottom, here it is. If you could look at the message on the bottom, you up? Want to have some freak fun this afternoon? Smiley face. That's from Mr. Combs. Yes. And he says, you corny or sleepy? We can sleep or make love today, right? Yes. And what does she respond? I'm both, LOL. I thought we were GNA, lay up and spend the time, but you want to just come here so we could talk about in person? I was thinking I wasn't going to see you until tomorrow. I had stuff planned for the day, but I'm good to cancel either way. Okay. And Garrigo says, and if we could go back to the chart, is this a great way to show both lines 16 and 17? Great. So she says, so for line 16, we could talk about it. There's 3BX were indicated the videos, right? Yes. Okay, so they're looking at exhibits. Hold up. Okay, so she says here, so I think what we'll do now, if we could shut off the feed, Your Honor, Mr. Deputy, we can go to those exhibits. And the court speaks. I'll ask the deputy to shut down the feed or shut off the feed to the overflow. Please confirm when that's done. And then the jurors should have their headsets. Okay, so this is when a lot of this kind of becomes quiet for us and we don't get to hear. Okay, Garrigo says, if it's all right with Your Honor, I'm going to walk over to Miss Foster, who is graciously going to do this for us today and conduct this part of the examination over there. Is that all right? Court says that's fine. All right. Okay. So the deputy clerk is speaking. They disabled the feed. Okay. I need a drink. Oh my God. We hit 1K view, or excuse me, 1K likes. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you. Make sure you guys are supporting him. The like button, pay links are in the description box, as well as, I don't know if I put them in the chat. I think I did. If you guys want to support, I'm going to get the transcripts for today still, because I want to see what happened in the morning, just because I'm invested, even though it was a very short court day. So I'm going to be doing that. James, y'all bloggers, stop being biased. It's annoying as AF. Thank you. Man, I wonder. I might have to chat with my mods and ask them how many people got put on timeout today. It's on 10. It's on 10. Let's keep going. Y'all ready? Thank you. I know I gave guilt trips to get us to 1K. Okay. So let me see where we left off. So monitors are turned off. Let me see where they go from here. They're getting it ready. The court. Okay. So there's a media played and it continues the next page. Let's see. Okay. If we could play the next at 1 minute and 42 seconds to 2 minutes and 51 seconds. The media is playing. The marshal says, I can hear whatever you're playing. You have it too close to the microphone. You can hear it on the gallery. Oh, the court marshal had to speak yesterday and said, we could hear what's going on. Look at this right here, my friends. They were able to, and I think I heard some content creators talking about that. It was so quiet that they could hear it. Court says, let me just make sure I'm understanding. You can hear what's coming out on the headsets? Marshall says, on the headsets, we can hear that in the gallery. Yes, Your Honor. So if I remember correctly, and I think this was what was said, is that it was really quiet in the courtroom that people can actually hear what they had on the headsets. That's crazy, right? Court says, all right, let's just make sure are on. I think you have them on and they're close to the microphone. Okay. Yeah, this was yesterday. All right, so let's keep going. Just for the record, Your Honor, we are at 2:33 and we'll continue playing. There's media playing. Okay. Did that resolve the mic issue? Marshall says resolved. Okay. Wow, the marshal had to speak. Okay. Shout out to the marshal. Drop some hearts in the chat for the marshal. He really came through and he said these people are nosy. All right, here we go. If we could play 3 minutes and 23 seconds for approximately 5 minutes. Okay. So, okay, on direct, you watched 1040 to the end. Do you recall that, Agent Penland? Yes. Okay, so they're scrolling through. Says we'll start at 9 minutes and 45 seconds and go through the end. Okay, media is playing. Miss Penland, the video cuts off at this point, right? Yes. And in your chart on line 16, and as I said, as you testified, there are 2 other videos from that have the same metadata reflecting that same date. Do you recall that? 204 and 207? Yes. We're going to go through here. They're pulling up more exhibits. Media plays. Okay, for the record, we pause at 11 minutes and 7 seconds. Miss Foster is helping out. Okay, more media is playing. Okay, for the record, we pause at 14 minutes and 47 seconds. And then we will now play at 16 minutes and 42 seconds to 17 minutes and 4 seconds. Okay, so they're playing the media. All right. And then, so Miss Penley, we just reviewed BX206 and BX207. Those are both videos reflected from the same date. I think October 14th of 2012, right? Yes. For efficiency's sake, if we have it in front of you, the chart on page 7 and now row 17 again lists 2 BX videos at 2:05 and 2:10, right? Yes. Okay. Then, all right, yesterday we looked at 2 clips at 2:05 and 6:30 to 7, and from 9:53 to 10:15. Do you remember this? Yes. Okay. So again, their media is playing. They keep playing. All right. I just want to get to the part where they're going to be asking questions. Do you recall? For efficiency's sake, they're confirming videos. Okay. We got to keep going, y'all, because we're going to be here forever if we keep reading every detail here. Look at this. They went through all of that. How much do we have left? Okay, this is where the court interrupts and says, hey, Your Honor, Garrigo says, okay, we would like to take a break now. Would you like to take a break now, or should we keep going a couple of minutes? The court says, how much time do you have left? Garrigo says, more than I thought I would, Your Honor. Maybe less than an hour. All right? Okay. And court says, we'll take a break. All right. So this is the lunch break from yesterday. Here we go. All right. Now the jury's not present. Let's see what, because I'm nosy. I want to see what they talked about. Ms. Penland is no longer there. The court says, please be seated. Ms. Johnson, anything to pick up before we take our break? No, Your Honor, and no from Agnifilo. Okay, the court is in recess. Here we go. All right. Okay. Here we go. Are you ready to proceed? As soon as Mr. Combs is out, we are ready. I think we're getting him. So they're coming back from lunch. Have the parties been met and conferred concerning the inquiry that we're going to do at the conclusion of the day? Yes, Your Honor. The parties would like to proceed the parties would like the procedure to be as follow. Oh man. Okay, this is another name. I missed this shit. Oh shit. I think this is pertaining to the juror. Hold up. We got some information. So there was an inquiry. Remember when I did the video yesterday, I think that there was an email back and forth about this, a specific juror. Okay. Ms. Steiner for the government says, yes, Your Honor. The parties would like the procedure to be as follow. That the court should inquire of the juror, and then if there are any additional questions that the party would wish to have asked, they would wait until the juror's excused to raise them with the court. And then if the court wishes to ask the additional questions, the juror would be released into either the courtroom or the robing room. There we go. I'll defer to the defense as to the location of the inquiry. Shapiro speaks. Sorry, I didn't hear that last part, but I guess what but I can guess what it was. Court says, just where? Oh, Shapiro says, yeah, that's what I thought. We thought it makes sense if the court is okay with it. I know the government can officially consent to, but to what we did last time and do it in the courtroom so that it just seems logistically easier, says Mr. Combs would like to hear, and there would be a lot of lawyers. Court says, all right, very good. So something there, right here, my friends, right here where I've highlighted, they're talking about the juror, and I believe it's juror number 7, and they're trying to figure out what they're going to do in terms of additional questions. They're coming up with a plan, and they're all between the two parties, right, as to how they're going to ask the questions, okay? Yeah, it's intense. All right, Penland is back. That's it. I didn't even pick that up until right now. I actually haven't even seen this transcript fully until now that I'm reading it. Okay. Oh, let's get through this. I think we're almost done. Please be seated. Okay, questioning continues. They left off watching several videos. Okay. All right, do you see that on your screen? Yes, Penland is back. Just want to make sure that this is admitted. I think we could put it on the screen, Your Honor, for the audience. Are those screens on the back there? They're not, Your Honor. They're not, Garrigo says. Do you mind giving me a moment? Court says, all right, let's turn on the gallery view and the overflow feed if that is off. Clerk says, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you please repeat that? Just turn everything on. Okay, yes, Your Honor. All right. Everything is on. Okay. They're going back and forth. Hold up. Garagos. This is a stipulation about the videos we just watched. Do you see that? Yes. The first paragraph there states that we watched BX 206, 207, 203, 205, and 209. Do you recall that? Yes. Okay. And this states that those government exhibits are video files that were recovered from Frank Black user profile on GX B-200, a device that Cassie Ventura provided to the government. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. If we could go back to the next page, please. All right. Do you see that? And if you could blow up the 7 and 8, perfect. Okay. Let's see. And I have been asking you about the metadata, but I was away from the screen there, and I just want to ask it again. Do you see both of the original videos that were created October 14 of 2012? Yes. All right. And we also watch BX205. Do you see paragraph 6? And that's what says the video was created on October 20th, 2012. Yes. Okay. So they're kind of going through the dates and the metadata. Okay. See, I'm trying to get to a more relevant question, guys, because some of this we've already reviewed. So they're just confirming what's there. Okay. If you look at the top 3 messages, Mr. Combs writes, what can we do in NYC this weekend? And Miss Ventura responds, let's do something different, exclamation point. And he says, I have one idea. Let's see a B-way play, right? Yes. Okay. If you go to page 3, if we could jump ahead. Do you see Mr. Combs halfway down the page? Says, FYI, effing Dave hit me up. Do you see that? Yes. And this is again October 12th, 2012, right? Yes. And then she says, LOL, me too. So did Daniel. Yes. Yes, she says. Okay. If we could scroll ahead. All right. Do you see on the right side of the screen, Mr. Combs writes, is coming to NYC this weekend, RT move. Do you see that? Yes. And what is your response? And what is her response? It's totally up to you how you feel. It's really nice being here, actually, if you want a change of scenery and weather. If not, I can come home tomorrow. I will just need to know so I can book a new flight. He responds, you make the decision, please. Right? Yes. So they're showing messages about like, how Cassie had decision making in terms of what she was engaging in or not. Okay. Just so people are aware. Miss Garrigo says, if you could skip ahead to page 10. All right. And if we could go, he says, miss you, baby. And she responds, I miss you so much. And he responded, what are you doing? I got us ticks for Book of Mormon, right? Yes. Okay. And if we can go to the very end of page 13 to 14. All right. And if we could look here, they continue their conversation that same day, right? Yes. Okay. And if then we look at the messages on the bottom, and she writes lifestyle lounge email at the next day, and the UTC time is 6:33 a.m., right? Yes. Okay. And then this appears to be a screenshot on the right-hand side. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. They're looking at screenshots. And if we can go to the next page. All right. All right, again, that was not in your exhibit, right? The exhibits we just looked at. So all of these exhibits that Teeny Garagos is bringing are not exhibits that are charted, okay? Correct. She says, okay, and you have B35-4 listed under Sean Combs. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. And if we could just pull that up, please. All right. Next page. All right. And then right here, 10/13, 2012, he writes, "You ready for tonight?" Right? Yes. And he says, yes. And I just got, GTA get stuff. I think there's a typo there, but if it's a text, it probably meant to say, I got to get stuff or something like that. Yes. And that's the same day. So that's the same day before the video that we looked at. Okay. Correct, she says. If we could take that down and go back to the chart, and if we can go to the next page, please. Okay. So there's more exhibits under seal. I'm kind of reviewing this. Let's see. If we can go to the ending of the exhibit, the last few pages. All right. Do you see the bottom right? Mr. Combs writes on the 20th, "You up? Want to have some freak fun in the afternoon?" With the smiley face. Yes. Okay. And then, okay, and if we could pull up that exhibit. All right. Do you see the date? This is not included in your chart, right? Correct. Do you see the dates here in October 2020, October 22 of 2012? Yes. All right. And that's 2 days UTC time after the timeline, after the line. Now 17 we look at. Yes. Okay. Okay. And then Miss Ventura writes, keep having XC flashbacks of yesterday. Well, you must be busy or asleep. Talk to you to Tom. Do you see that? Yes. All right. We could pull that chart back. All right. So there's more exhibits that's being shown. Do you see that? Yes. So we could bring that up, please. All right. Here. This is from the same date. Do you see that? October 27th? Yes. Okay. And Mr. Combs writes, let's have an FO at 5 p.m. with the winky face. Do you see that? Do you see? Yes. Okay. And what does Miss Ventura respond? LOL, that's in less than 3 hours. And then, okay, you busy? LOL, 6 p.m. What you gotta do? What does she respond? I'm with April, almost at Hollywood. We're shopping. LOL. Oh man. Let's see. For how long? You want to, or you can't, or don't. It was just an idea. What is that? What does she say? It just sucks for me when we have something to do after, and I have to get ready high. Why not after the party? Okay. And what does she say after that? I feel like your GNA, do it with someone else. Let's do it at 6 or 7. Hello? Go to the next page. Okay, so they're talking about scheduling here, right? Scheduling question. Go to the next 2 pages. What does she say after that? Wow, okay, LOL. Sorry, you are asleep. Just woke up. Don't sweat it. I'm not. How does she respond 1 minute later? I bought the best sexy outfits for later. We can play it by ear, but I'm GNA, check availability for Cowboys. So this is her setting it up. Okay, and he responds, I'll meet you at 11:30. What does she say after that? And shoes. Okay, you could take that down. So they're reviewing messages again. None of this is in the charts. So Garagos is pointing this out. Okay, let's keep going. Because they're trying to be more efficient. I'm going to see if we can keep going and look at what's more relevant. There's an indication of B359 so that we can pull up that exhibit. All right, that's the same date, the 14th. Yes. And he says, you call Dave? Hello? What does she respond with? Hey, haven't heard back. BK. Can you scroll to page 5 and 6? All right. And he says, I need to have fun. Let's go. You plan. Please, baby. I need to be taken care of by my woman. And how does she respond? Okay, you got it. What's the plan? What does she say? I'm finished soon. Can we do 6? I am GNA, book the hotel now. Should I say it's you? GNA Bev Hills, the Beverly Hills. I'm fine. I am corny. How does she respond? Can you answer my question? LOL. GTA do nails. I'll broke. I'll book hotel. Excuse me. I'll book hotel when you going to be ready. What does she say? I'm just listening down now and going to get my nails done. So if I hurry, 5 question mark. Gonna, right? It's gonna. Okay. And he says K. And then what does she say in the next 2 messages? I'm really sorry. I just really wanted to get my work done. House is a mess and no nails and tan. Unhappy face. Sorry. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Okay. Let's see. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. I promise I will be the nastiest freak witch in the world to make up for it. Okay, Ms. Garrigo says, okay, can we now go back to the chart, please, and go to page 9 and then jump ahead? So line number 23, we look at this line yesterday on direct. Do you recall that? Yes. Okay. All right. So we can move on forward. And then if we can go to the next page. Okay, let's jump ahead 2313. If we can go, do you see that there's an entry for February 24 of 2013? Yes. Okay. Then you list under Sean Combs and their GXB 236, right? Yes. Okay. So more. All right. And this is approximately the same day as line 26 and writes maybe one of those nights, right? And she responds, yes, multiple SS. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. And so he says, send me a pic. And what does she respond? It's my hair, the condition of what we do. And she sends a selfie. Yes. Okay. If we could look to the next 2 pages. Again, they're looking at evidence, the things that were not added in these charts that the defense feels like need to be added. I'm going to try to skim through some of this because it's a lot. Okay. I kind of want to know if there's any more sidebars. That's what I want to know. And I gotta eat too, y'all. Okay. So he says, all right. He responded, yeah, multiple A's and exclamation points. You see that, right? Bitch? Yes. Okay. And she sends another 2 selfies. Do you see that? Yes. And he writes, she's back, thank God, with multiple exclamation points. Do you see that over there? Yes. Okay. All right. Can we go to the next pages? Okay. She sends multiple messages and says, I feel so much better, right? Yes. And he writes, what do you want to do? Or should we not F our week? LOL, I need guidance, right? Yes. And what does she respond with those 3 messages? LOL, I worry to F up your week because you get stuck in bed after sometimes. But I'm feeling myself and I've been really corny. So again, more messages that weren't charted. He writes, call Garen and we need a place. Call Garen and we need a place. She writes, okay. All right. Yes. The next 2 pages, she says, damn, we GNA find a place. We're going to find a place. He says, I'm on it. You get Garen on, right? Yes. So these are several messages which you reviewed about coordinating in this text thread, right? Yes. Okay. So let's go back to the chart. They're going back to the chart to show that these messages are not in the chart. We get it, Garagos. We get it. The messages are not in the chart. Messages are not in the chart. Yeah. Like this is like they're pulling teeth. I get it. They're not in the chart. Can we move on? Okay, there's more. Let me keep going. Thank you. Let's see. Hold up. I gotta. highlight this. Let's see. You said receipts for hotel, yes, but there still needs to be force, fraud, or coercion. And I haven't seen any of the convincing. But I don't believe either women's forced claims, as workers said different, says Savannah. I guess we'll find out. I mean, I guess that's up to the jury, Savannah, if people believe it or not. You know? There's a lot of interesting information that's being shown. But that's what I'm saying is that there's definitely receipts for the S workers, and that, my friends, I mean, the prostitution part is against the law. So there's that, you know? Okay, let's keep going. Everybody good? Let me know. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Support the channel. I would appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all are amazing. Hold up. Whew. Oh, we got to get through this because I got to get through this. Okay. More messages. Let's see. And he says, want to check on the entertainment? And she writes, yar with multiple R's, like yar, right? Yes. And he says, found a room at, is it Saitas? Call me. What does she say? Okay, can't call at a party. Just got here. Cool. Tell Garen 4:45. He writes, I just got a suite at the W, #winning. #winning. What does she say? LOL. So not site, Satai? No, suite at W, house party. What do I need to do or get? You sure got Garen booking. What do I tell G? And she writes, what do you want to do first? Right? Yes. Okay. So in the next two ones, want me to pack your bag? He writes, want me to pack your bag? I'm a drugstore now. Let's do new first. What time can we be there? What time can we be there? It's W, room 322. How does she respond? He's coming at 4:45. I'm leaving in 10. My shoes and wig pieces are in my red luggage. All right. And then he's asked again whether want me to pack bag, right? Yes. So he was packing her bag too if she needed a bag. Okay. Okay, let's go back to the chart, please. Okay, page 11. All right, so there's more entries there. Let me see. We got to get through this. Okay, she says, can't buy Astro. It's too much. I'm buying crazy stuff, right? Yes. And he says, okay, LOL, I got LOL, right? Yes. And what does she respond? LOL, cool. When should I take the thing? Daniel isn't hitting me back. He writes, okay, so book other through Garen. Want me to hit Garen? And how does she respond? All set. When so I take it. Where do I take it? Will you be there? He writes, it's in the bag to there. And what does she say? Yes. Did you book with Garen? He says, did you book with Garen? And what does she say? Yes, 3 a.m., the Y guy. And he writes, do you want to take now and push up to 2:45? Garen says, can we go to the next 2 pages? Excuse me. Garago says, can we go to the next 2 pages? Push up to 2:45 or I can. And what does she say? No, it's in 45 minutes. You said you'll be there in 20. I haven't seen you. Damn. Okay. LOL, I'm ready. Did you get an orange pill? And what does she respond with? No, you told me not to take it. Oh, I remember this communication. Okay. Can you take it now? It's the orange in the 5-HTP bottle. What does she say? Okay. So he started her to take the pill, the orange pill. Okay. Okay, take those down. I'm looking. Then and you see the first page, Miss Ventura writes, your S makes me high. No, like literally. I feel like I just took a PK. LOL, right? Yes. And he writes, dope. I was thinking about a freak off, but I need to be focused. Hello? What does she respond? You do, or I do. Hello? We both do. I was just telling you my thoughts. Mm. And what does she respond with? LOL. I've been thinking about one too. We're pretty focused last time. Just want to be the right people or person. The only way I could do it is if it was all right. And I got some more G, right? Okay. And if we could go to the next 2 pages. All right. So they're going to more. All right. Let me see if we can get through this because this is too much. All right. So here he says, she writes, you're truly the most extraordinary. Okay. So here's a message that they're bringing up that we talked about yesterday. Cassie writes in one of the exhibits. Okay. Here she writes, you are truly the most extraordinary man. I love you so much. You make me a better woman, daughter, sister, person, exclamation point. I hope you always know how much I love you and appreciate you. Thank you for always showing me love and happiness the way it's supposed to be. Can't wait until we have a baby of our own to celebrate Father's Day. I love you with all my heart. Happy Father's Day. Again, smiley face, right? Yes. And he says, thank you, babe. I love you. And sends twice, right? Yes. Okay. All right. So let's keep going. Hold on. Here's another screenshot. Okay. And the profile is Dave Newest, right? Yes. And Dave Newest had sent a text message saying, I want to put the cootie cat on my face. And then I want to something on the body. And then dot. All right. And that was sent out that time zone June 22nd, 2013 at about 8:41 p.m. Right? Yes. And we're not sure the time zone of June 22nd of 2013 at 8:41 p.m., right? Correct. So the message is sent to Mr. Combs June 23rd, 2013 at about 12:56 a.m. UTC time, right? Yes. Okay. And he responded on the page, LOL, you up, right? Yes. Okay. And they talked to one another. And if we could go to the next page. So here Garagos is showing that Cassie's talking to an S worker and they're having that kind of talk. Okay. All right, let's keep going. And they corresponded here in these messages. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. And if you go to the right page, he writes later that day, what do you want to do, baby? I want to what you want to do, right? Yes. God, it's like having to read somebody else's messages. And she responded, I am corny, right? Yes. Want to freak off? Got room? Do you see that? Yes. Okay. And if we could go pull up a defense exhibit. So they're pulling up an defense exhibit. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay. Here. She writes, do you see halfway down the page? I don't trust that after the type of sexual relationship you had with her. 1 second. I don't trust that after the type of sexual relationship you have with me, you had that with her and have in the recent past. Today I texted you and I wish we could have FO'd before you left, by the way. All good. That was like I didn't get to say, so I'm done venting. Thank you for hearing me out somewhat. Hope you don't shut down your phone like you said you were going to. That would break my heart. And he says, I won't. You see that? Yes. So they're like having a fight here in this message. She writes that to Diddy. Okay. It says, you still have no response to, and then she says, you still have no response to what's said about the FO. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. If we can go back to the chart. So they're going back. These are messages that are missing in the chart. Lord have mercy. Okay, let's keep going. Like I keep saying this. She says to him, so you're busy tonight. See you tomorrow, maybe. Do you see that? Yes. And he writes, no, I was thinking about an FO tonight, LOL. And she says, question mark, really? And then he responds, bad idea. Do you see that? Yes. And the next page, she says, not a bad idea. I've been stressed, right? Yes. Okay, so they go to the next pages. And then if you see it down on the left side of the page, he says, I didn't realize it's so late. We have nothing to set up, etc. Hello? Okay. All right. We have to keep it moving. I need to see what else we got going on here. Some more exhibits. Let me see. Miss Ventura on the next page says, okay, you see on the left side, Miss Ventura writes, I always do this. I hate how I feel after I'm high. I don't know why I keep doing it. I'm protected. Look at this. Do you see that? Yes. And Mr. Combs writes, let's stop. I'm sorry. And how does she respond? No, we don't have to stop. I just don't really think when I'm high, it doesn't worry you for yourself at all. It doesn't worry you for yourself at all. And how does she continue? I'm just gonna get new tests next week to clear my mind. How do you feel? Not in terms of that stuff. Like, how do you physically feel after our party? He says, I feel great, but we need to be more careful. So Diddy's telling her he feels great. We need to be more careful. Let's not panic. I just got tested last week. Get tested and we'll do new rules. I'm sorry. I should have been more careful. How come okay. Let me stop because I don't want to say what I'm thinking because new rules. We need to get tested. So she's worried. He's like, well, I just got tested last week. This is their conversation. Okay. All right. We're good. I love you for the response. I had fun with you either way. Having trouble sleeping. LOL. But I might take a Benadryl. Okay. This is a message between them. All right. Let's keep going. Okay. She said, we'll just skip ahead. I'm trying to see what's relevant. Okay. Okay, I think we looked at this part yesterday, so I just want to look at the rest. Here, Miss Ventura writes, you didn't film anything on your phone. RT, right? Correct. No. And the next page, no way, right? Yes. She writes, LOL. Okay, cool, right? Okay. All right, so none of this is in the chart. I'm looking. Okay. And if you see these messages on the top, he writes, want to freak off? And what is her response? LOL, sure, happy face, when? He responded, now. And what does she say? Okay, I'll just need to make a quick store run. What hotel you want me to get? What should I call? He says, Modrian? I'll call James, and the ball player, call Garrett. Tell him 5 p.m. start. How does she respond? He's available. I'm going to get ready and try to get stuff. He says, yeah, LOL. What does she say in response? LOL, at least I won't feel crazy getting a new wig. Okay. Oh my Lord, have mercy. Let me see. I gotta go through this stuff, y'all. And I keep saying that, but I keep finding a message that I want to read. Okay, and then he responds, I feel like having one of those nights, but I have a studio. F, right? Yes. And she responds, me too, exclamation point, exclamation point. F it, F, exclamation point with 2, right? Yes. And he says, want to try, leave tomorrow AM, WYA. Do you see that? Yes. Okay. Let's go to page 2. All right, hold up. We got to keep going. I'm going to skip through some of this, and I'm going to literally skip through some of this because I'm starving and I got to eat. And I don't want to get hangry. I'll review this individually and see if there's anything else to go by. But let me show you guys Let me see if we have a sidebar or something about any of this, because I don't see any objections anymore. Okay, Garagos went all day for a good maybe 2 hours on this. Hold up. This is cross. 168. My goodness, man. Give me 1 sec, y'all. They're going through messages with D-Rock. See, all of this is like stuff that they didn't put in the chart. And so the defense is like putting in more information in the charts and also questioning, like, why did you do this? Why didn't you put in here? Oh man, I'm starving. Okay, hold up. What is this? Okay, he's already off the stand here. Let me see. Penland is off. Okay. So Garagos is, this is what she says. She had no further questions. Okay, just so I know when to stop. Okay. So this is before they adjourned. Before we adjourn for the day, are there any exhibits or other materials that the government would like to put into the record? Comey says, not at this time. No. Ms. Johnson says, I'm sorry, Judge. I just wanted to clarify that there's one transcript issue I just want to put on the record for Ms. Ventura's testimony. Okay. So there's an issue. Any objections from the court? No objections. Any objections? As the court? No objections. Okay. So, well, thank you to the members of the juries. Don't talk to each other. Yada, yada, yada. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow would be today. Okay. Hold up, y'all. Court says the jury leaves. Everybody leaves. Court says, please be seated. Anything from the government to address for tomorrow. Comey says, no, Your Honor, I just wanted to flag in terms of timing, given the length of Penland's testimony, I don't think we're likely to rest tomorrow, which they're not going to rest on Friday then, okay? I think we're more likely to rest on Friday if there's going to be a similar cross of Agent Cerillo. I suspect we're going to go into Friday. Just wanted to put that on your radar, okay? As long as you anticipate for Mr. Paul's direct examination. Comey says, I think it's about 90 minutes, Your Honor. Understood. Thank you. Okay. Anything else from the defense before we get into the other issues that we had previously discussed? Oh, shit. What issues, court? What is this? Garagos says, no, I just really wanted to let Your Honor know, based on the questions you had for the government, I expect there's going to be several exhibits to admit tomorrow. We have several cleanup exhibits to admit, as well as after that. Maybe we can do that in the morning. Okay. Before Paul. All right. So they're talking about exhibits. Hold up. Okay. Your Honor, also, we're going to cut both of the audios and video feeds to the other room. Yes, that you have raised. Okay. This is where the court stops. So you see these sealed? All of this is sealed. 6731 through 6754. They're talking about the juror right there. All of that was sealed. That's the end of the page. See that? All of that was sealed. I wonder who leaked the information, honestly. I do wonder who gave it to TMZ. That's the question that we have. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm hungry. I'm done. I got to eat something. Hit the like button. This was just a really quick review of all of this from yesterday. I'm starving, y'all. I got to get some food, and I haven't had a break, so I definitely need some food. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I will see you guys later. Shout out to everybody that supported. Thank you guys for getting me to 1,000 likes. I appreciate it. And I got to go. I got to eat. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Stay tuned. I might drop some pre-recorded tonight, or I might go live. You never know. Have your notifications on. Bye, guys.